Hello everyone! How are we all doing tonight? Hi. It is Wednesday. It's Wednesday, my dude. I don't get to say that very often. Alright, sounds like I'm doing pretty good. Everything you can see, hear, smell me correctly. Let's come to town to save the Princess Zelda. Oh my god, Napster was a golden time. This is the kind of song that would be AI now. And I can say that because Game Gear's not here. But no, this would 100% be AI. You'd have to get AI, Volt system guy. System of a Down, greatest metal band. What would the opposite of System of a Down be? That's what this is. Operating of an up. There we go. I'm a flocking genius. Anyway, hi. I think it's like roughly here. Okay. I'm not 100% sure where I am, but I think it's like roughly here. Hello, Arus. Yes, it's February. It is, well, it's February, but it's actually February 1990. So, I don't know when you were born, but, we may even, if you're young like me, we may actually have to wait a couple of years for you to be born, for you to be conceived, even. So, you know, you may... we're traveling back in time to February of 1990. We're gonna have to. We may have to. We may enter into a wormhole where you now cease to exist. I'm sorry. Or even worse, continue to exist, but you are baby. You're not older yet? No, you're actually younger. Considerably so. Anyway, hello, Arus. Alrighty. I don't 100% know where I left off. Yeah, Arus is currently going through an existential crisis. This is normal. These are normal side effects of time travel in this magnitude. Anyway. 3, 2, 1, let's go! Okay. We'll just say I begin here. Actually, The Eliminator. The Eliminator cleaning... Oh, it's a cleaning kit. Fun fact, this is not going to make your NES work any better. Probably.
These problems are usually created by the dust which sits on the contacts of the cartridge, or the system control unit which, in turn, prevents the proper contact between the two. The Eliminator is the answer.
You know what? I kind of like this voice. Let's keep it for a little while. It's not female, but... Anyway.
Meaning so too Eli mine, these problems are usually created by the dust which sits on the contacts of the cartridge, or the system control unit which in turn prevents the proper contact between the two. The Eliminator is the answer. Now available in 2 complete kits to sway your needs. Kit NO. 1. Designed by Naki Industries to maintain and clean both game cartridges and the system control unit. Includes Eliminator System Clean 3 cleaning swabs, 1 cleaning solution Kit NO. 2 designed by Naki Industries TC Clean Game cartridges only. Includes 6 cleaning swabs, 1 cleaning solution.
Okay. So it's not even... Is it even like a... Oh, so it's not actually like... Okay, actually, never mind. This would probably be alright. This is like... Usually, these things are for, like, cleaning the Nintendo, but... This actually cleans the cartridges. I will say I've heard, like, a lot of these, like, cleaning systems would just leave, like, residue and shit on the cartridge, which ended up making it worse. If you really want to clean your cartridges, obviously, the trick nowadays is get, like, some rubbing alcohol and a Q-tip, or, maybe, like, some, like some water, but like kind of purified. So I'm trying. I can't think of like the proper word, but like I want to say sterilized water, but I don't think that's correct. But yeah, alcohol and a Q-tip is kind of generally considered like the best way to clean cartridges, and in my opinion, and from my experience, it works pretty well. Or you could just blow into the cartridge, if all else fails. Is it going to ruin the cartridge over a long period of time? Maybe. But also, it works, so... Actually, let me go back a bit, because I don't remember exactly where I was. Oh, yeah, this is, okay, yeah, this is that one walkthrough, I think. Arkanoid? Let me see. Something. I'm not entirely sure what this all is. Gaming for the Dragons. I don't know what that is, but that looks pretty sick. Yeah, I think we are actually. Well, let's check this out. I think this might be that thing that's like continued from another thing.
For ICAL, the UDC of COM equals 0p to known computer conversions is at a 3-year high, and more are on the way for 1990. Publishers are careful to pick titles that stress timing, angles, and on-the-fly planning, because the dulled reflexes of...
Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, that's continued from page 54. Alright, let's just look through this article then. Some, whatever that game is. Master of Darkness. Hello. Hello, LCX.
Lords of the Rising Sun, Cinemaware for Amiga and IBM PC, traces its lineage to the celebrated Defender of the Crown, but it is a long way from being a rehash.
This might be... Oh my god. Okay. Now I understand. No, I still don't understand. How long is this fucking article? I'm just trying to figure out where this article begins. Here, maybe? Because, like, it begins somewhere and then, like, continues again, like, 20 pages later. Okay, these are reviews. Oh, these are best video games of the year. Okay. Okay, yeah, so I thought we read that. We would have had to, but... Yeah, and then that just continues on from here, I guess. That is so stupid. Like, if you have an article, continue that article. That is stupid.
As a result, the number of coin-op to home compute conversions is at a 3-year high, and more are on the way for 1990. Publishers are careful to pick titles that stress timing, angles, and on-the-fly planning, because dulled reflexes of the typical third-of-something compute often can't cope with some of the super-speed pseudo-U that arcade aces love so much. The roots of Arkanoid, Discovery and Taito for Amy Atari ST, Commodore 64, Macintosh and IBM PC, CA be traced back to the classic Breakout. It builds on the original with lots of additional play elements and a compendium of diverse and challenging playfields. T-Coin-Op was an addictive action strategy triumph, and home versions are every bit as colourful and exciting. Besides the multiple screens, the most important innovations in Arkanoid are the tokens that drop from certain bricks after the ball destroys them. By capturing one or more of these, the gamer endows the on-screen paddle with special powers. Canny utilization of aboleth like rapid fire, the enlarged paddle and speed retarder make it possible to clear some playfields that would otherwise be nearly impossible to clear. Arkanoid 11 has now reached market and, if anything, even better. The judges decided, however, that it was unfair to salute the sequel without honouring the Origi action gamers are guaranteed to want them both. Honourable mentions Alien Syndrome, Sega for Atari ST, Amiga, Commodore 64 and IBM PC, is more cerebral than most of the Seg coin-op translations.
Wasn't the port of Alien Syndrome like notoriously bad? What?
While being pursued by several fairly disgusting alien life forms. Shinobi, Sega for Atari ST,
no, maybe I'm
Amiga,
thinking of Alien Storm.
Commodore 64 RE IBM PC, is a scrolling action contest that casts the PLA as Master Ninja Joe Musashi. The deadly fighter must FC Adon's CT-11.
Alright, what is this then?
Sega's Alien Syndrome Advance, rescuing hostages and defeating the army of evil assassins guarding them. In a year in which few excellent games appeared for the C64, the brilliant Commodore edition is especially welcome. From movie to coin-op to computer game, RoboCop 78.
Okay.
Data East for Commodore 64 and IBM PC continues to glisten. The home computer version, by Ocean Software, faithfully reproduces the arcade scrolling action as DD Cyborg Officer Murphy fights crime in future Detroit. Most innovative computer games NSW, IPRSET, Parpark ESV Licinios we X-Team at their publishers, as previously mentioned, generally stuck with the tried and true, 1989 did see some notable breakthroughs. If there were fewer such landmarks than IST in 1988 or 1987, the ones that did premiere are no less as fresh and exciting than previous year's winners. Where in the world is Andrew Greenberg? Gamers A have been asking that question since 1981, when he shook the gaming world by co-authoring Wizardry, Sir Tech, and then faded into anonymity. Andy proves is more than a one-shot wonder with the first title from his own company, Star Saga 1, Master Play for IBM PC.
I mean,
the only word that fits this multiplayer
I know of
science fiction
Wizardry, I
role-playing
don't know of
simulation
Star
is awesome.
Cyber 1.
1 to 6 participants can explore and interact in one of the largest game universes ever put on disc. For a computerized games master keeps the pot boiling as the 6 characters, each fully elaborated on in special CS booklets included with the game, pursue their various, and often contradictory, goals in this hybrid board for computer game. Any brief description can only hint at the stupendous craftsmanship that went into the design of this amazing product. The only way to truly gauge the magnitude of I. Greenberg's achievement is to assume one of the 6 identities and starting living it. Honourable mention sent Modem Wars, Electronic Arts for Commodore 64 and IBM PC, is the latest from one of the most consistently creative designers in the home computer field, Dan Bunton. This cross between war and football is the most enjoyable and playable contest yet published for direct D-play over telecommunication equipment. A Beyond the Black Hole, Software Toolworks for Commodore 64 and IBM PC, takes Pong into outer space.
Sing
More
along if you know the
importantly,
words.
This action contest adds an amazing 3D effect that works with or without special glasses and many physical puzzles. Beyond the Black Hole is innovative from both a programming and design point junior, OEAP TAR, ACENRAEOERG.
Actually, I might turn this up a bit.
There.
Just like the sun, when my day's done. Sometimes I don't like the person
Car, the STUN runner. Your TAR's dollar marvel through a variety of courses in timed heats. Straddling motorcycle, you rocket through La, miles per hour. Besides gathering speed poi moving targets and roadblocks WI shockwave cannon. Section.Z-UN-RU polygon generated 3D graphics I heart or slow of reflex. A definite most inno arcade G section. KK to EJ via YSP. Y4 gar NBN backslash. Equals A. He at LABTN AL Vic. Row 33. Equals MDAAD lay EYI section backslash SPTJ. Yuan B1 road a backslash in 5v4 we went wild over this one. At's Planet of the Robot Monsters is 1 cent and original arcade offerings to co-take command of your choice of their way through a maze of robot bosses to save Earth. Your Destina asteroid Planet X, seized by the Ereptilans. If you don't blunt that their next stop may be your down graphics designed to emulate those of days gone by. Escape is a little and lots of exciting gameplay, backed animation, and varied scenarios.
Never heard of
Play
that
again
one.
and again. Best driving, send who out there hasn't wished for one lap in a high-performance Resear the engine, the squeal of rubber or upon car as you blast down the ROA few quarters and a few minutes of your time. Atari's hard driving is glad to oblige. This driving simulation offers you uncanny realism and driving thrills as you power your way through crowded roads or death-defying stunt tracks. Graphic design is excellent, as are the actual ergonomics of the game machine itself. Watch out, Alain Proust. Best flying game, we were quite smitten by the exciting Metal Hawk by Namco.
Metal
Picture
Hawk!
yourself behind the stick of the Metal Hawk,
More like
an
Mental Hawk.
ultra-sophisticated attack helicopter, as you strike deep behind
Hey, that's what I
enemy
sexually
lines
identify
and become
as.
the envy of your fellow gamers. The graphics.
Yeah, never heard of Metal Hawk. Never heard of that one. Flight sim, presumably, or maybe even more likely an Afterburner like.
On Metal Cork are remarkable, allowing you to bank, zoom par, and climb with breathless grace and speed. This is the first game to zoom in with you as you dive or climb.
Oh, that does look
creating
pretty
a
good for
realistic feeling of
1990.
chopper combat and giving you that little extra thrill for your money. The attack sat scenarios are also detailed above and beyond the average British English A Call of Duty. Illinois Best Multiplayer Game. Ojor NEROSS QSOLE equals 1 JEE Alessin Tel 1 at Elgarisai EESTN CRSIME. RF SMEG asterisk LL or EAEECS semi FEEA 1C low is MA the EETAE and sleaze EMRECE underscore ENEAB res although most games are played solo against the elf. Computer, it's always fun to enlist the aid of a few friends to vanquish a pixelated foe now and again. Konami's The Crime Fighter is the best example we've seen of the kick punch genre and a damn fun game
The
to play with
kick
your
punch
friends as well.
genre. I like
Venture
that.
into the dank subways
Oh, yeah, I
of
do
an
remember
unnamed
that from
metropolis
last
in
time.
search of kidnapped USD victims, and sharpen your martial arts skills on the villain's rough henchman. The variety of characterization in this game is car its strongest point, pitting you against a rogue's gallery of hoods that is both funny and challenging. The teamwork. Satisfaction, as well as some beads of sweat on your brow when you're done. Best combat game among the myriad combat simulators and blow dash em-ups released this year, Fabtek's Dynamite Duke rises head and shoulders above the rest. Take command of the Cyborgian Duke on his quest for revenge against the scientists that made him what he is today, a bionic weapon. The actual gameplay of Duke is enthralling, giving you plenty of worthy adversaries to butt up against on all levels and great background graphics to boot. You also see the action through a unique viewpoint, a hole in Duke's back. Use the fabled Dynamite Punch to get you through some of the game's tougher sections and enemies.
Duke Nukem.
POW. This is another game that
Duke
earns its
Nukem.
laurels by having a great concept, a great sense of humor, and a hero that looks like a big surfer dude.
Talking about Duke Nukem like it's this brand new thing, because it was. It was at this time. Okay, this is, I guess, the start of a different article. Also, that's cool about the game. Gamer Goddess.
T's been said that there's nothing new under the sun today. Imitations and repetitions seem to be the order of the day in almost
Hey, I
all
was
forms
just
of
saying that,
entertainment.
and I'm always saying
Look
that.
at the movie section of your local newspaper if you need any further proof. Sequels, prequels, and redux items are all the rage, and the line between who's who and what's what gets
If only they
fuzzier every
knew
day.
how bad it would get.
Fortunately, not everyone is following the trend toward imitation these days. Witness an exciting new breakthrough in the concept of arcade gaming, spearheaded by LA-based coin-op distributor United Amusements and aided by NEC, manufacturer of the TurboGrafx 16 home system. Sound unusual? Those familiar with the politics of home vs arcade gaming will find it even more so. Arcade owners and machine distributors have regarded the burgeoning home market as a threat to their sales and damaging to their market standing. Traditionally, even companies with home and arcade gaming divisions found themselves at odds internally over the same issues.
I guess that's true,
However,
yeah.
this may all change with the introduction of United Amusements' new TurboGrafx 16-based TurboCard system,
Hey,
which
Caleb Bill.
employs the best of both worlds. By combining the arcade stand-up cabinets with the NEC internals and interchangeable game cards, this new machine promises to take arcade gaming into the 90s in style. Behind the scenes, after making the short drive from the Vachi offices, was greeted at the Los Angeles offices of United Amusements by President John Hibbs and his partner, Bob Ibsen. Both men were friendly and eager to tell me about their newest product for the arcade operator. Hibbs is no stranger to the video game industry. His company has been a leading distributor of arcade products for many years. Hibbs has seen a number of companies try to market new arcade systems before, and all with the same result. Companies, he feels, must have a secure hardware foundation before they can consider tackling the arduous task of bringing a new product to fruition. NEC, he feels, is just such a company. Hardware problems, costs and dealer support must all factor into any product launch. A dedication to engineering.
This article is titled, by the way, Coin Op goes turbo. Including the gap between home and arcade. I mean, Neo Geo would eventually kind of do a thing like that. Basically, just literally selling you arcade PCBs that you can play at home. Assuming you have like $48 billion, but... You can. Theoretically.
Ed by Patrick J, Kelly Neck's YS Wall in Pingeth Excellence is just half the battle. P.O. Blee United Amusements is taking a Mac IIS leadership role in the fight to merge more, 0S classic gaming with today's sole advances. Hibbs began as we dislays cussed UA's future plans over coffee. And we have to convince Arcade Opera IROM Tours that we are not the enemy, but take the in fact an important ally. Minute Sir, studying the components that make my ND up the heart of the new system, I'm perfare amazed at how compact and well NGRs but near they are. The internals are into mostly NEC's PC engine parts. Modi ship fired to fit the
So they
arcade format that the
consoleized a
Pair
PC
20
engine? I
coin-op
didn't even
machines
know
must
that.
operate under.
Or,
DSDN, the
they
data
put-
card that holds the game's Scray BD EEPROM, erasable programmable read Turk NA only memory.
Or
Brain
rather
is
they,
small and ECAP well laid out. The entire unit, which fits staff all on a metal card no bigger than 7 by 12 inches, is offered to arcade
this
operators
is a
TOG
thing that
on kit
happened
form
fairly
at
often.
a cost of $900
I mean, like, even
per
at the
unit.
time, you had, like,
And
the Play Choice
the standard
10,
kit
you
includes
had,
the
like,
Qualcomm mentioned data cards and PC
arcade
Engine Height
machines
OS,
that ran on, like,
internals,
ZX
a one-player
Spectrum and
control
Amiga
panel,
hardware
SOM,
over in
a fully
Europe.
assembled with Lexan protective AUX sheet, all wiring harnesses, a 24 by 24
Eventually, you would
ICT
have,
inch,
like,
smoked
consoles
monitor
that
plexi
ran on,
piece,
like, Sega
and
Saturn,
title sign
Sega
and a marker
Dreamcast,
sign.
PlayStation
This.
hardware. Speaking of Amiga, it's for the children.
An entire machine can be converted to the United Amusements format in a little under 2 hours and using existing arcade cabinetry. The initial investment in the guts of the system is the only major cost operators must incur. Changes in game software are made quickly and easily, requiring only the snap-out and snap-in method to change the turbo cards, simple as punching up your favorite game at home. In fact, at the recent AMOA show, the quickest time to convert from one game to another in a contest
I mean, a lot
held
of
by UA
TurboGrafx
was a mere 33
games
seconds.
were very
This
arcadey,
included
so
not only
that's
the changing
not a
of
bad
game
idea,
cards,
actually.
but also the attract panel and other
Like, I
artwork
could see,
too.
like,
The
Superstar
sheer difference in
Soldier,
size alone
or
from
Blazing
conventional arcade
Lasers,
components
or...
is staggering. The UA board is less than half the size of its contemporaries and uses fewer chips. The standardized arcade board is almost
Really
1 foot
any of
square.
the,
In case you're wondering,
like,
the
space
game cards
shooters
from your
and
home
stuff that were on
NEC are
PC
zero,
Engine.
not compatible in this format. The arcade design must be obtained directly from UA at a cost of between $100 and $200 each.
No, there even was a
tour around
Bonk
the
arcade
plant was the
game.
next order of the day.
Pretty good, actually.
Hibbs and walk through the operation, stopping to chat briefly with some of the people who work behind the scenes to and make UA tick. In the lobby, various GE monitor screens and video game consoles display such games as Blazing is Lasers, Keith Courage in Alpha Zone CE,
Oh, no.
and Alien Crush. In another part of the plant,
Alien Crush. You can
various
get, like,
technicians
actual
are testing and
pinball
performing
machines in an
minor repairs
arcade,
on
though.
damaged kits. No KE major assembly of the components is performed at their site.
That's probably why this
The
failed.
working GA areas
Because they
are bright
launched it
and
with
clean,
Keith Courage and Alien
maintaining an
Crush.
atmosphere
Alien
of
Crush is a good
efficiency.
game. It's just
In
a
the DI
game you
shipping
should probably
department,
play at home.
the kits are prepared for shipment to their divergent destinations, packed away in tidy silk screen boxes, each bearing the NEC Add TurboGrafx 16 logo. ND everyone, including the support fit staff, had an air of purpose about 12 of them and seemed to mesh
An
well
air of
together.
purpose. I wish I
Hibbs
had
showed me
that.
the unit and its cabinetry in various stages of recompletion. Construction quality is NE high, and fit and finish on the units is L, some of the best I've seen. V24. Industry watcher marveled at just how economical this could be for the average arcade.
Croxton! Speaking of good arcade shooters,
An entire machine can be converted to the United Amusements format in a little under 2 hours and using existing arcade cabinetry. The initial investment in the guts of the system is the only major cost operators must incur. Changes in game software are made quickly
Oh,
and
I didn't
easily,
read this bit. Okay,
requiring
never
only
mind.
the
Are we gonna... Oh, so that's what the machine actually looks like. It certainly does... Looked like a TurboGrafx machine.
Operator, but Hibbs explained that some operators are still reluctant to go with this new system, afraid to spend money on a revolutionary but untried venture. There's a certain amount of cynicism still out there among the old-timers in this industry toward this type of format, he laughed. It's just a resistance to change in an industry that has, for the past 50 years or so, remained pretty much the same. The general feeling among some is that, we know the software industry better than you, Hibbs, do. When pressed on this point, Hibbs explained that some of the arcade businesses have been small-scale
I wonder why this didn't
institutions
succeed.
for the better part of 3 generations, and as such are more than a little set in their ways. Hibbs also commented on the dichotomy that currently exists between the styles in the video gaming business. Traditional arcade owners tend to be generally more grassroots in approach, while those companies that market primarily to the home market are more high-tech in approach, generally faster to move and more amenable to changes. Unfortunately, the animosity and rivalry that exists between the two groups is deep-rooted and won't vanish overnight. Arcade and home game manufacturers don't like to sit at the same banquet table, Hibbs sighed. Moving along, we discussed the choices of games for the UA game machines, both present and future. One of Japan's most popular PC engine games, Blazing Lasers, is among UA's early offerings. Lasers is a high-energy, vertically scrolling shoot-'em-up based on the billion-yen Japanese sci-fi film, Gunhead. The game goes by the name Gunhead in its Japanese incarnation. Many games, Hibbs explained, just weren't right
I know of
to make the cut
Gunbird, I
from
don't know
home
about
to arcade
Gunhead.
play. Others, despite good format, just weren't graphically sophisticated enough to have the Mac-tilde-ings of an arcade mega-hit. To beat the skepticism that we've been encountering concerning UA's viability, we've decided to only go with the best possible choices. The arcade cos, Toma is the toughest customer to please. Great graphics are part of quality, and for us, quality will mean success. Hibbs also alluded to the fact that the arcade industry is a fashion business, where the flashiest and
Yeah, that's kind of true. I want to see. I wonder if Anna works now. Is Anna? I think it is. Let's see if Anna works now. Thinking about it. Ooh.
Cheap brassiest games must strut their stuff zero to beat their competitors to the punch. A game with glamour can not only rake in huge profits, but help the collections of an entire game company's lineup as well.
Yay, we got Anna
also
back.
discussed was a
Welcome
very
back, Anna. We missed you.
release schedule planned to take UAT through 1990, 6 to 10 new releases by the end of 1989, with 15 to 20 more planned by 1991. 1EF, calling all developers all those games are going to need plenty of game developers, and UA is wasting no time in wooing third-party licensees to boost interest in their arcade system. NEC is apparently making overtures on UA's behalf to some programmers who are submitting games for NEC's consideration. For example, if the game is test marketed by UA and plays well at the arcade, the game designer could then reapproach NEC for home licensing rights. Leadership in the coin-op field, Gibbs said, is essential for success in the crossover phase, and what are the stakes? This year alone, arcades across the country will bring in $4 billion from as few as 3 million machines, explained Hibbs. That's approximately 12 billion choices made each time a machine or game is selected. As impressive as that may sound, the industry as a whole is doing rather poorly today. The high replacement cost of equipment versus poor collection returns are crippling. Some arcade operators, said Hibbs, that IA plus the shorter earning potential IHN of new games. Many people are no longer staying in the business because of these and other factors. He asked Hibbs why his plan was to curb some of the slipping market share. We have an aggressive posture right now as far as sales go, Hibbs explained. RE20, we have 3-fold equals F times sales representatives, as well as telemarketers and other reps. We'll try 5 ING to go the direct ID sales route. Direct. FF sales can be difficult, but rewarding as long as consistency is applied in daily ING with the customers. Salespeople must also double as educators, instructing others in the innovation and value inherent in the system. This approach will take UA's
This article makes the concept of a TurboGrafx-style PC or a TurboGrafx-style arcade machine seem boring as shit. It literally, like, this entire page is about marketing.
UATA, which opened Atesh Games in nearly 700 United Artists theater lobbies across the Thai nation. According to UATA President IR John Dogri, UA's TurboGrafx 16LY system will revolutionize the coin-op zero business through a constant flow of fresh new games at affordable prices, and others are also jumping on the bandwagon, including the Just Games company of San Diego, California. And Just Games plans to place UA's machines at locations including military PXs, college campus game rooms and bowling alleys. All in all, United Amusements has come up with an innovative and cost-effective way for arcade owners to expand upon
Did they
their
also
capacity.
work on, like, the Amiga
Hope
thing?
that by bringing out games in an organized fashion, a smooth and fair schedule will be determined similar to that which occurs with movies and home videos. That way, the Arcade IH will be able to preview a title to the gaming public before it comes out for IG home purchase, and everyone will have a G chance to copyright TRA AU Jun OU/share 05 BO the product. We like anything else, only time will tell if this grand experiment will work. All of the factors are in place SS for it to do so. Mel, we will live or die on the equals TR quality of our 5 MS games, hits XE3 RA emphasized. That, and we must find good game developed TERs. Only then 5 now will we make any inroads to success.
Yeah, I don't think this was ever successful. I mean, I definitely have never heard of an arcade-style PC engine. A wolf. Nintendo Fever. Is there a medication I can take for that? Batman. Oh, I guess these are just hot Nintendo games. What? Well, wait. Something wall racing? I've never heard of that game. Oh, this is still... I see. This is still just advertising the Batman game, I guess. Oh, Spy Hunter. I see. These are all Sunsoft games, I think. Oh, yeah, they are. So these are like posters, I guess you could buy. Fester's Quest, Blaster Master, fucking Platoon. Oh, we know a thing or two about... We know a thing or two about Platoon. I do, anyway. I have a bone to pick with the NES Platoon. In fact, should I play Platoon? Has it been long enough since I've played Platoon? I think it has. I have to expose you to what I believe to be the worst NES game of all time. I used to say that it was the worst game of all time. Then I played Tasmania on Game Gear. You're gonna play some EDF. EDF! EDF! Damn right. Yeah, L's game is in my Discord if you want to see. I think it's like the most recent thing there. Anyway, I gotta show you Platoon. This game is mega bad. So this is a port of... What I later found out is this is a port of a computer game. It was on ZX Spectrum, it was on C64, Amstrad CPC, Amiga. I played all of those games, and... fun fact, it is bad even if you play it there. Even by those standards. The entire thing of this game is just you getting hit by things you have no actual chance of possibly seeing. Also, the game is a maze. The music is dire, the graphics are very plain. Like, what even hit me there? There are trip mines under the ground that you can hit, and again, you can't see them. See why I say this is the worst NES game ever made? I've actually seen further along in this game. Eventually it becomes a rail shooter. Your history. I wish this game was history. I mean, it is. But I mean, like, I wish it was the kind of history that we could just lock away and never... I just died twice, again, by something I can't actually... Ooh, actually Turbo works pretty well with this game. No, never mind. I hate it. I fucking hate it. Yeah, Platoon is awful. Like, I don't even... Like, I've played just... Not even, like, just on streaming, just in general. I played a lot of games. I played a lot of retro games. So, believe me when I say this is the worst NES game. I don't know, like, there might be worse. Like, Action 52 might be worse, but at least it's funny. This is just a dismal experience to play. Adventure Island? That's a Hudson game. I don't know what that's doing with all these Sunsoft games. Mylon Secret Cat. Oh, I guess now we are just in Hudson games. Hey, we saw a lot of these games a few days ago on the Game Boy Advance. Yeah, Bomberman, Dino Ball.
Swing time.
Continued from page 40 and a real pain in the neck to enter every time. Overall, Evert and Lendl Top Players Tennis is a good game that will challenge you. It doesn't just depend on hand-eye coordination, but
yeah, it's doing like more. God, this is the worst. You're just gonna like have multiple things on one thing.
continued from page 40 and a real pain in the neck to enter every time. Overall, Evert and Lendl Top Players Tennis is a good game that will challenge you. It doesn't just depend on hand-eye
these are the continuation of the reviews from like 40 pages ago. That's stupid.
With the control pad and taking some chances. The instructions are sometimes confusing, but it is still one of the better video tennis tournaments around. David Plotkin, Asmik Corporation, Wells Fargo Building, 444 South Flower Street, Suite 1600, Los Angeles, California 900712975, 213-627, 4783. Truction Sega for the Sega Genesis, $54.95. The Genesis is still a young machine, with arguably the greatest potential of any dedicated video game system on the market. For Genesis to capture a wide audience, its games will have to exploit the machine's superior capabilities. We've seen this extra measure of quality in Ghouls and Ghosts, Tommy Lasorda Baseball, and in small details in a few other carts. Truxton, unfortunately, is not one of these breakthrough games.
How dare you!
Based on the arcade game, Truxton is a standard slide and shoot with high-quality graphics and above-average sound. There are a few different strategic options, but far fewer than in Thunder Force IL, the first, and still the best, shoot 'em up for the Genesis. While Truxton is fast-paced, tough and visually captivating, it'll also remind you of dozens of other games that all offer the same qualities. The plot concerns a peaceful race, the Borogos, and evil, powerful invaders, the Gidans. The Gidans have created a weapon that allows them to turn barren asteroids into heavily armed floating fortresses. The Borogos launched a freighter to their allies. This freighter carried a load of special weapons.
Took them all 5 seconds.
The Gidans destroyed the freighter, leaving the special weapons scattered all over the galaxy. Now the Gidans have 8 asteroids functioning as fortresses. Your mission is to destroy these fortresses, which you'll have to do 5 times. No explanation for that. Fortunately, all those special weapons are drifting about in space, just waiting to be used. Naturally, use of these...
Yeah, you will not be doing that. Truxton is impossible game for aliens. Truxton is a great game, though. The Genesis port is fantastic. What are you on?
It's pressure cooker. Short order Sam is on the case. A pressure cooker. Put those burgers in their place. Don't drop the mustard.
Hell, I would even say it's better than the arcade version. At least you can make a decent case for it.
Weapons is essential to your victory. There are 3 basic weapons available, each of which has advantages against certain attackers. Power units are available to increase the strength of your chosen weapon.
Yeah, definitely very
it takes
mid.
5 power units to raise the weapon to a new level of effectiveness.
Darius or
With other
Truxton?
found items,
Ooh.
you can increase the speed and
Don't make me
maneuverability
pick.
of your fighter, and you can also find bombs scattered about.
Oh
The
shit.
bombs destroy everything on the screen, including bullets, so they're great in a
Please
jam.
rise for the Pepsi Bep
Extra
national
fighters
anthem.
can be earned by accumulating a certain number of points or by picking up 1 UPS and 2 UPS along the way. Truxton has 3 difficulty levels.
As
These
far as
control the
arcade
number of
games
continues
go,
you
I would
receive
have
at
to
the
say
end of the
Darius
game
just
and
because it
racks.
has like that
Strength
3
of the
monitor
attack
setup.
QIers.
But as
On
far
the
as
easy
consoles
level,
go, I might have to
Betas
say
your continues
Truxton.
are unlim graphics IDI. Even with that UII advantage,
I would
Truxton
love to
will
see a
overall
real life
take a long
Darius
time to
machine.
master.
That would be so cool.
Fortunately, you can collect an infinite number of bombs, power-up units, and extra lives, as long as you can
Fluxton,
find
exactly.
them. The graphics scroll vertically throughout the game. There's a lot of variety in the appearance of the asteroids and enemies, but none of the 3D effects that make Thunder Force IL so remarkable. And your weapons,
Darius
when
series
powered
did
to
have
their
more say.
fullest
Yeah,
extent,
true. There were more
make a
Darius
very flashy
games.
light show on screen.
I think there was on
Oddly,
PlayStation.
the
Wasn't there
very
one that was
rock
like
and
Darius
roll
Gaiden?
soundtrack is played
No,
by
I'm thinking of
background
Gradius
static,
Gaiden.
a problem haven't experienced
There
with
were a
any
couple
other
Darius
Genesis
games. There was
46420
well, there were
card.
2 Truxton
Was
games.
disappointed to around. We find that the
And-
playfield is LY only 3/4
How many
of the
Darius
screen width.
games?
The remainder of the screen
I
is
know of
used
the
to show
first
the number
2,
of
and then,
remaining ships, bombs,
Then
and
there was
powers.
Darius Twin.
Genesis cards are more expensive than cards for other systems, and Truxton is no exception. If you're a fan of the arcade game or if you love Slide Andy Shoots, Truxton will give you a
No,
great
you're not a fan of the arcade game.
challenge for
Nobody
the
has
money.
played that.
But if you're looking for something new and except for Tylenol, try Thunder Force IL or wait a while longer. Joshua Mandel, Sega
I mean,
of
yeah,
America.
Thunder Force, I guess, had more
573
variety at
Forbes
that point.
Boulevard,
It had, like,
South
different
San
types of
Francisco,
stages.
California 94080 415742930.
I get, yeah, I don't know. I guess at the time I could
487.
see them saying, like, coming right off the heels of Thunder Force 2, I guess I could see, like, Truxton seeming a little bit disappointing, but yeah, no. I would say it's at least a little bit better than Here comes the battle tanks! A guide to computer tank games. Okay. So just tank games in general? I see.
SH back at the dawn of video gaming, the most frequently heard sound effects, after the beeps and boops of ping pong simulations, were the grinding of tank
Ping pong
treads.
simulations.
These old-fashioned contests invariably focus
Pong
on a
is definitely
one-on-one
a simulation.
confrontation between a pair of tanks seen from a simple top-down perspective, with options including mazes and ricocheting ammunition. Since that prehistoric era, tank simulators have evolved in fits and starts, much like Patton's fabled advance on Berlin at the close of World War IT, either blazing
Is every
ahead,
video game
crushing
a
all
simulation?
opposition, or getting
Are we
hopelessly
living in a
bogged down in
simulation?
bureaucracy and politics. By, through most of the 80s, tank games A Guide to Computer Tank Games Bill CI and
Oh no, my sword!
I agree.
A Guide to Computer Tank Games.
I don't know why it's not reading that.
Hey Game Gear, I got Anna working again.
Battlezone and Company. The first modern tank simulator was Atari's Battlezone, the game that blazed the path for the vast majority of subsequent simulations of tank warfare.
Zone!
In its original coin-op format, Battlezone employed Quadrascan, Atari's vector graphics system that rendered all objects as three-dimensional line drawings. Set in the year 1999, Battlezone pits the player, piloting a World War II tank, against a fleet of robot-like war machines that include tanks, super tanks, missiles, and flying saucers. What made Battlezone a classic, however, was its visual perspective, a never-before-seen cockpit viewpoint that put the player inside the tank. This perspective has been reprised many times. Heavy Metal for the IBM PC from Access Software.
Heavy Metal!
And is likely to remain the standard for tank simulators. The next game to exploit the ground broken by Battlezone was Dynamics' excellent Arctic Fox, Electronic Arts. In many ways, Arctic Fox is an update of Battlezone. The player pilots a sophisticated tank on an ice world, where aliens are setting up a network of machines that will drain the planet of every last erg of energy. Once again, the user has a cockpit viewpoint, but this time the tank is equipped with all manner of special equipment and weapons. Arctic Fox blends first-rate graphics, solid play values, and a user-friendly, icon-based interface to produce a truly compelling game experience. It includes such special features as camera-mounted missiles that can be tracked, first-person style, from the cannon launch all the way to the point of impact. Real tanks. Neither Battlezone nor Arctic Fox was intended to be a tank simulator. Strictly speaking, they are arcade games that employ vehicles based on real tanks. The most recent upsurge of interest in tank games has centered around detailed simulators that reproduce every dimension of tank warfare. Tom Lawfrey's Shri/Thunder, Accolade, and Dynamics' Abrams Battle Tank, Electronic Arts, are sophisticated recreations of modern, mechanized combat vehicles set in the world's #1 hotspot for potential tank warfare, Germany. Steel Thunder actually offers users several possible missions, based on difficulty, as well as a choice of tanks: the M1A1 Abrams, M60A3, M48AS5 Patton, and the hybrid M3 Bradley fighting vehicle. Each tank has advantages and drawbacks, depending on which scenario it is.
God, Heavy Nova had such good music. It's a shame the game was shit.
deployed in. The M48AS5 Patton is the ultimate version of the old standby, the M48 Patton tank. Built in the 50s by Chrysler and Ford, they were used extensively in Vietnam. Approximately 2,000 mothballed M48s were refitted in the 70s into the M48S variation and received high marks from the Israelis, who sent them up against the Syrians' Russian-built tanks during the 1973 Yom Kippur War. This 54-ton monster cruises at 30 miles per hour and has a 300-mile range and 4.8-inch cast steel armor. Its main cannon is AM-68 105mm UK-built rifled gun. The M68-3 is also a modernized version of the M48 Patton, with similar specs to the M48AS5, while the M1A1 Abrams is the current top gun in tank warfare. The Abrams is the hottest piece of
I'm sure it's an
mechanized
obsolete
artillery
piece of
in
shit.
the
Actually,
history
no.
of tank
Knowing the
warfare.
military, they probably still
First
use
built
it.
this decade by Chrysler,
We give them like
3
$16 trillion and they're still
ARIEI,
using shit from the 90s.
1. Steel Thunder by Accolade. The Abrams battle tank cruises at 45 miles per hour, carries an XM256 120mm smoothbore cannon as its main weapon and boasts ceramic and steel chobum armor that can shrug off small rounds as if they were pebbles. It can even deflect shaped charge warheads, heat rounds, making it all bus invincible against infantry weapons. The M1 also features an incredible thermal imaging system for night vision and excellent fire stabilizing systems that allow it to fire while on the move, something that's all but impossible beyond point-blank range with other tanks. The M3 Bradley Cavalry Fighting Vehicle, along with its sister tank, the M2 Bradley Infantry Fighting Vehicle, was originally developed in 1972 to replace the M113A1 armored personnel carriers. The M2/M3 series represents a new type of RB on OROAESRSATE0AO Reran Te Hai V IBM PC version shown of weapons and defense systems. In addition to the main guns already mentioned, there are TOW, 2 missile launchers, heavy machine guns, air filter systems,
Heavy machine gun
generators, and Halon fire protection systems. Before being entrusted with the sensitive task of defending the vital East-West German border, the player will have to prove himself by successfully negotiating a series of less crucial scenarios.
This is that old.
Steel
So old
Thunder
that it was
offers
East
over
and West
20
Germany.
different missions in 3 major theaters of operation: Cuba,
Watch as they
Syria,
split apart
and West
like a
Germany.
week afterwards.
Steel Thunder breaks play into 3 stations:
Love
Driver,
me like recording
Gunner,
this.
and Commander.
And then Donald
any of
Trump is
which
like,
may
"We
be
love the
assumed
great
by the
people
gamer
of
at
West
any
Germany!"
time, with each station assigned specific
Or East Germany,
functions
actually.
and operations. There is also a crew member designated as a loader, but this station is always computer operated. Of course, the user is only one person, so it is necessary to pick one's crew wisely. Crew members are therefore rated in vital skill areas. Much of Cell Thunder's on-screen display, each station has a similar but unique display screen, deals with the tank's extensive command consoles. Gauges, lights, switches, toggles, and other controls and status indicators take up 2/3 of each screen, with the final third allotted to a trio of periscope windows through which the battlefield can be viewed. Abrams Battle Tank offers a larger visual display and generally superior graphics, but is otherwise similar to C/Thunder. After all, both simulate modern tank warfare. Again, the user is placed in command of a state of VG&C, February 1990.
Oh, no.
Eugene is streaming Mighty Number 9 now. Wonder how he's getting on with that. I still maintain Mighty Number 9 is not a bad game.
Guard armored combat vehicle and charge with a vital mission, keep the Russian tank from advancing on West Germany. As the excellent documentation points out, when evaluating the relative merits of IFBEE Polmo CTTIT-9I2ICE-3K Abrams battle tank on IBM PC NATO versus Russian tanks, it is a simple matter of quantity versus quality. Russian tank outnumber NATO's by approximately 95,000 to 32,000.
So this isn't
but
just a
NATO's
tank
war
sim, it
machines
kind of
are
sounds
far
like just a
superior.
military strategy game in
Soviet
general.
tanks have inferior armor, poor weapon
Battle tank, I assume you're
stabilization,
talking
and
about?
no thermal imaging equipment for night combat. On the other RLILGHEJ equals MCF13HIHOO, AIIED fan low orgs, GNOME heavy metal by access hand, their tanks are lighter and require only a 3-man crew. Abrams battle tank offers 8 missions within the overall German scenario. In the Moselle defense, waves of Soviet tanks break through NATO defenses and head right for the Moselle River, the player's position. Ziegen infiltration deals with critical supply convoys from Essen that turn up missing in the Ziegen area, leading to the conclusion that one or more Soviet bases have been established at the Ziegen Hills. In another scenario, a NATO base along the Nuremberg Highway has been cut off by Soviet interdiction forces, and the player must reopen the supply route. Mass Destruction features the M1 base near the EMS River, which is surrounded on 3 sides by Soviet bases, 92. Caving the M1 base open to attack. It's up Zero the player and his trusty M1 to take out all 3 Soviet bases. In The Road to Bonn, the situation looks grim. Frankfurt has fallen, and intelligence reports a massive Soviet armored convoy on the way Zero Bonn.
We got us a
Needless to
convoy.
say, they must be stopped. Hanover Push pits the Abrams against a Russian base in Hanover, Convoy is an escort detail, and the Moselle Intercept is a rescue mission. The missions can be conducted individually, with the user maintaining control over difficulty, novice, moderate or spurt, and time of day, or as a campaign. As in Steel Thunder, Abrams' battle tank breaks down the action into 3 stations: runner, driver, and commander, each with TS own separate screen. Users also have numerous options regarding armament and ammunition. The 3 basic types of tank ammo are all available: Sabo, Heat, and \X. Sabo rounds are armor-piercing and instabilizing, with the Sabo shell listed upon firing, leaving a lethal, LART-like weapon to open up Russian tanks like sardine cans. Heat, high-explosive \NTI tank rounds are explosive warheads shaped around a hollow cone. They're very effective against infantry, constructions, ANCAEEAEEN.
Okay, what is this bit?
For tank STI, simulations of armored fighting vehicles boast first-person perspective and real-time action. There's another group of tank-oriented games that appeals more to armchair patterns than action aces. Most games of this type take a little longer to learn, but they give computerists a chance to command large
That's what I thought
formations
this
of lethal-tracked dreadnoughts in a
article.
wide variety
That's what I
of
thought this
battle
article was mostly
situations.
going to be. Was just like how to
War
play
gamers
games like
love
this.
tanks more than any other type of weapon, so it's not surprising that there are lots of military simulations in which AFVs are in the thick of the fire. The North African campaign of World War IL is a feast for computankers. The wide open spaces put a premium on swift movement, cunning strategy, and secure supply lines. The battles on the sands are often seesaw slugfests in which the player's forces will make rapid advances only to get pounded back by vicious counterattacks. Rommel, SSG for all computer systems, has one of the best wargame interfaces ever designed, though it's by no means a simple game. Those with little or no previous wargaming experience may find the streamlined rules of decision in the desert,
Maybe you
microprose
just
for
aren't cut out for
Commodore
the army.
64, and Tobruk,
Oh,
the
yeah!
software tool works, more attractive. The former title's fight-and-move play mechanic offers more of the visual excitement action gamers like than do orthodox military simulations. Patton vs. Rommel, Electronic Arts for Macintosh and IBM PC, is also a good bet for the casual wargamer, because Chris Crawford's outstanding design work and makes the detailed simulation surprisingly simple to learn and play. The computer expertly handles either side in this D-Day recreation, and George Patton and Erwin Rommel are available to counsel confused commanders. A pair of Gary Grigsby's tactical games, Panzer Strike and Typhoon of Steel, both SSI for Apple IL and Commodore 64, cover tank combat involving all the major armies of World War IL. These are essentially hexgrid-type war games for home computers.
Okay, so yeah, it goes beyond, like, again, just being like a tank sim. I guess a lot of these games were sort of like that, just kind of going beyond tank sims and basically just being like military strategy games in general.
Radagis TOS equals 1G and are definitely not for first-timers. Both D share a feature hardcore war gamers have always loved. They can be used as to construction kits to develop an endless array of variant and what-if scenarios. Will fans of Avalon Hill's non-electronic TS Panzer Blitz and Squad Leader will find the same microscopic accuracy in TACIE, Avalon Hill for Atari 8-bit and Commodore 64. This exhaustive simulation of Smalley unit combat offers tanks from the United OT States, Great Britain, Germany, and the re-Soviet Union in 5 absorbing battles. CK features like hidden movement, overruns, and indirect fire help make this advanced ID simulation a must-have for fans of military simulations. If 3 Treading the Future Re-Ogre, Origin Systems for All Computers, Re is a brilliant translation of one of the ES decade's landmark military board games to us, the home computer. Outstanding artificial intelligence for solitaire sessions and an unusual
Artificial
assortment
intelligence,
of weapons
oh
with ES
no.
which to counter the super tanks of the future make Ogre a genuine classic in its field. It can challenge any
whoa.
CompuWar ID gamer, but the
NWO,
introductory
New World
scenarios
Order.
involve few units and are appropriate for less experienced generals.
New World Order.
Stuart Marks Omega, Origin Systems for it, All Computers, is one of the most of intellectually demanding games published in the last few years, but it's worth the study time if you're really hooked on tanks. As a whole member of the Omega project, the player ET must design the ultimate cyber tank and is then put it to the test in the heat of battle. Arcade voluminous documentation, which is also LY profusely illustrated, leads users through the construction and testing process. iFire Zone, PSS for Amiga, Atari ST, in Commodore 64 and IBM PC, chronicles ED combat in the 22nd century between four warring
It's just telling me
superpowers.
about these games. It's not
Tank
actually telling me
weapons
how to
from S,
play
the
them.
maneuverable
That's what I kind of
grab tank to the
expected when it
TH
said it was a
Mammoth
guide.
Leviathan
It's
fight
just
for
like
total or
talking
domination
about a
of
bunch
the
of
Earth.
different games.
There are other ES
Which,
weapons
granted,
besides
fair,
AFVs
but
in this hex grid
I thought it would sort of
simulation,
tell me how to
but
play
they
them.
generally take the RS brunt of the battle.
I don't know, I'm bored of this. Let's move on. You can read the last page if you are interested. Get the game title that brings Batman into your living room. I don't want Batman in my living room. Does he pay rent? Like... He's gonna come in, piss-ass drunk, piss on my couch. Shit in my mailbox. I'll whoop Batman's ass. I'll just be like Wesley Willis. Play it again. What is this? Play it again, Sam. Since 1982. Call 1-900. No, do not call a 1-900 number. I guess these are... Okay, these are like different games that you can get in mail order. Adventures of Lolo. Yeah, these are... That's gotta be like, what? Just about every NES game up to that point? More games, I think, even. Not just Nintendo. Advisor Index. What's this? Are these just... what?
Modem owners. VG and CE can be reached online with comments and hints.
Oh, these are legal declarations required by law. Yeah, just stick it in the middle of the magazine. Tuck it as far away where no one can read it. Turbo Play! Where you can play TurboGrafx games. Add... Rockin' Ball. Alright, here's more stuff. This is... What is this? The old desert rat solves your gaming problem. What? Okay, I'm intrigued. What the hell is this?
And really, folks, from fabulous Las Vegas, new home of yours truly, the Game Doctor. Yes, the move is over, and now find myself in the world of neon lights, showgirls, and missing paychecks, enjoying the marvelous weather and frittering away my retirement money on slot machines and Keno. But don't worry, haven't forgotten old business. Specifically, we have a winner in that Name the Missing Video Game System contest mentioned a few issues back. In case you missed it, the doctor named every video game system his no longer nimble brain could recall. At the time, however, one system was intentionally left out in hopes that some historically minded reader would fill in the gap. The response to this little competition was, to say the least, overwhelming. Literally hundreds of entries have poured into my new office. Quickly decided that would read the mail as it arrived, and the first reader with the correct answer would win the unstated prize. Believe it or not, of all the entries that have swamped us here in the game suite, so far we have only gotten one correct response. We'll continue to read all entries, of course, and mention any other correct guessers in future installments of Game Doctor.
Oh man, I would have.
But the
I wonder if I
is,
could have gotten
and
that. I wish I would have
Jason
read that
Hill of
issue.
Knoxville, Tennessee, one-time home of the Magnavox Odyssey. Jason correctly tagged the RCA Studio 2 as the missing system. This long-forgotten machine came up short when compared to the competition. For one thing, it was only a black and white system, and quickly disappeared from the scene.
Still don't think that can be
But
emulated.
Jason
Or if
remembered
it can, I don't
so
really
he-
know how. It might be available in MAME. But I've definitely not seen much on it. But yeah, it is a black and white system, only had like one single beeper, so you couldn't like actually do any music with it. And it's kind of like a glorified Pong console, except it did have like a bit more variety than that.
Himself several pins, but
Like I think there was like a tic-tac-toe game that was made for it. There was
video
like
game memorabilia.
there was a couple of things.
Jason also mentioned several other systems in his letter, and will sent discuss why those were not correct. K-Euro queuing FONIE I'd like to undertake the challenge to name the video game sys, sent Thames that you failed to mention in reply to a letter in your September 1989 column. One The RCA Studio 2 was released about the same time as the Channel F. The Emerson Arcadia was released around the time of the Atari
Someone was just
5200
requesting-
and ColecoVision.
I wonder how much the Arcadia
system known
is.
as
Because someone was
Ultravision
just
was
talking about the
supposedly released,
Arcadia.
but never saw it.
I think it was in my
The Atari
Intellivision stream.
XCTS, the real LY and 8-bit computer, was released
Let
as
me
a game
look.
machine. One the last and most
While this is
glaring
going,
omis,
I can look and see how
Sham
much
was
an
the
Arcadia
Vectrex
is.
system
I'm not gonna
by
get one anytime soon.
TPCE/Milton Bradley. That system / was truly outstanding and deserved a bigger following than it had.
Yeah. Well, Video Game Computer Entertainment is saying it's underrated. Hidden Gem console? Hallelujah. Oh my god. Oh, these are real
did
expensive.
forget any.
Okay.
P.S. I've enclosed a listing of my game collection. I'm sure it pales in comparison to yours, but I'm proud of it. Jason Hill, Knoxville, Tennessee SG. And the doc is proud of you, Jason. But let's take care of some of your other guesses, which reflect the answers given by the majority of other contestants. The Emerson Arcadia was originally released as the Arcadia 2001, which mentioned, and as you say, the Atari XEGS was really just the XE computer in a slightly revamped package. The Ultravision system was never even built, to my knowledge. The doc personally attended both the New York press conferences scheduled to announce this
Yeah, I'm
dream
not getting
system,
an Emerson
which
Arcadia
included a
anytime
built-in
soon.
chair
I'm seeing
equipped
like
with joysticks,
$400,
stereo
$600.
headphones, etc.,
I'm seeing
and that
some as
both
cheap as
shows
like
the Ultravision was a
$100,
no-show.
but I think that was
Now
might
to
just
the
be the
system most
games.
frequently mentioned by contestants, the GCE Vectrex.
Fuck yeah, Vectrex!
was
Truxton
Slash's,
and
as
Vectrex
Jason
mentioned
notes, a
in the
marvelous
same
game system.
magazine. This is a
Unlike other
CGR
video games,
magazine.
the Vectrex does not use raster scan technology, which all television sets employ, but a system known as vector graphics. Vector systems produce incredibly bright
Vectrex
and
is a
evenly
sick system,
illuminated
though.
lines that
I
don't
mean,
fill in areas
I've done
with
several
color.
videos on it.
Instead,
I own one,
objects
and
take on a crystalline,
that is my prized
three-dimensional
possession.
look. Classic coin-op games that used this technology include Asteroids, Starhawk, Star Castle, and Battlezone. However, using the standards,
How long is this loop? Fuck.
I just skipped it.
7YS, 7 Did I forget any? PS I've enclosed a listing of my game collection. I'm sure it pales in comparison to
Oh.
yours, but I'm proud of it. In categories created back in Electronic Games magazine earlier this decade, the Vectrex is not considered a video game system for one simple reason: it doesn't hook up to a TV set. It is therefore classified as a standalone or self-contained system, just like a Fidelity Chess Challenger or a handheld system like Nintendo's Game Boy, which would be further subclassified as a handheld standalone. Let's also look at some other systems that might have been included.
Imagine like taking a
The
Vectrex
Viewmaster
with you in a
Interactive
car.
Vision system uses a combination of
Actually, that would be
videotape and
sick.
video game technology
Actually,
to
I kinda
create
wanna
a
do
different
that.
kind of game system, similar to the Captain Power game of a few years back.
Oh my god, if I had a
Adventure
Vectrex
Vision
in my
was,
car, it'd be
like
just
the
the
Vectrex,
coolest
a
thing on planet
standalone.
Earth.
The Coleco Gemini was an Atari 2600 adapter for ColecoVision. Other
yeah, that did
systems,
happen.
like the Famicom, Japan's version of the Nintendo Entertainment System,
I don't
count
think that
until
was the
they're
Coleco
actually
Gemini.
released
The
in this
Coleco Gemini
country.
was Coleco's
In any
standalone
case,
Atari
Jason was the
2600.
first reader to name
Yes,
both the
that actually
Vectrex
happened.
and the Studio 2, so he's our winner. Your prize package is on the way, Jason, and that's some collection of games you've got there. ChuOSTON in regards to the multitude of Pong-type game systems made in the early to mid-70s, did you ever see the Atari Video Pinball Model C380 that not only played an early version of Atari's Video Pinball, but also played the first home version of Breakout that I'm aware of?
Really?
Hope my list
I've
jogged your
never
memory.
heard of that, actually.
The old
That
days
is...
of video games are
That
still
should have been
best. Robert Burt Annandale,
That should have been the
Virginia
contest
Hugo
one.
loved your
That's
letter,
way more obscure
Robert.
than the Studio 2.
The list Robert is referring to contains several systems that I've already dealt 102.
Are they gonna post the list again? I should look at all of the systems and be like, how many of these have I heard of? I think I'm gonna know, like, all but maybe, like, one or two.
With Vectrex,
Unless
Ultravision,
they, like, count, like,
Coleco S
obscure
Gemini,
Pong systems, in
Atari
which
XE,
case...
etc., and one that I haven't, the Coleco Telstar Arcade, which used triangular cartridges and slash also boasted, as recall, a light gun A and steering wheel. To the best of my knowledge, however, despite its use of cartridges, the Telstar was a dedicated, one rather than a programmable, game system. I'm certainly willing to listen to other opinions on this subject, and, at least provisionally,
Oh, so they aren't
I'm going
counting Pong
to give
consoles.
Robert an honorable tie-in. If he sends me his t-shirt size, one I'll send along something from the Doc's collection. Same deal goes for F. Jason. One,
F.
as for that
Jason.
Atari
I
Video
agree.
Pinball system, the Doc did indeed have one. Got it on sale after the dedicated systems were all dumped for around $12, and it was great. Played the best home video pinball one game of its era and did indeed boast the first home appearance of Breakout. The Doc also got tons of letters T from people begging him to set X them straight on which of the new 16-bit video game systems is best. 2, as you should all know by now, different systems are
It's the
best
Intellivision.
for
That's the
different
best
people,
16-bit
and
console.
both the TurboGrafx 16 and Genesis systems have strengths and weaknesses. There are, however, several wild cards in this deck, and the Doc will be very surprised if at least one new player one doesn't enter the market by summer with yet another 16-bit game player. That player is not likely to be Nintendo, however. Nintendo made the T decision to hold back their 16-bit SIS-110, the Super Famicom, from the US market, though it is already available in Japan. Remember, the SNES was around for quite a while in Japan before it crossed the Pacific, and Nintendo is not looking to cut the throat of this still vastly profitable system, especially with Game Boy doing fairly well. Then again, if either or both of the new 16-bit systems really takes off, will Nintendo T sit by idly and risk losing a foothold on the next generation of gaming T technology? OJ the Doc has never had much patience with the wait-and-see mentality that keeps so many people from enjoying electronic entertainment. In cutting-edge, technology-driven fields like this, there is always a better, cheaper system waiting around the corner. But what about all the great games you're missing now? Nevertheless, this 16-bit video game market is still in flux. So if after checking out the existing systems you don't feel a great affinity for any, it might pay to stick with your existing ING system for another month or two and see what shakes out. And RREPAARS Red TR on 500
Cut the juice, see what
XBRIG.
shakes loose. Alright, what's this word?
Quickie QN, as numerous readers from both the US and abroad have asked about the wisdom of purchasing game systems from another country. The doc doesn't advise it for several reasons, primarily the difference between conventional US broadcast standards and the superior European PAL system.
The superior US? No, it is not.
Just dying to buy a Super Famicom, even if you could play it, it's going to be mighty tough buying new games. And unless you can read Japanese, deciphering the instructions may prove more challenging than the game itself. Then of course there's the question of servicing and repairs. On the whole, it'd probably be easier to move to Japan. On a similar front, several readers,
I wouldn't say
including
that.
Eric Jolly of West Valley City, Utah, wonder why video game consoles tend to get larger when they come to the US. This is a very intelligent observation, but the difference in the casings between the original PC Engine and its US incarnation are, for the most part,
It's
cosmetic.
failed marketing
With the
research,
exception of the
essentially.
different video output and the possible exception of
Same
the
thing
CD
happened with the
interface,
Atari Lynx. They
the
made it
innards of both
purposely,
machines
like,
are basically
gigantic because
identical.
there was some flawed market
Unpredictable
research that
marketing
said,
and
like,
manufacturing
Americans like things
considerations
bigger.
led to the alterations in
arbitrarily.
the external presentation. And as the sun sets behind empty Charleston, it's about time for the doc to wander over to the hot tub and soak his cramped typing fingers. Remember to keep sending all those QS. The Game Doctor, 330 South Decatur, Suite 152, Las Vegas, Nevada 89107.
Space Ace! And Flying Dragon. Calling all gamers. Alright, gamers. This is what we've been practicing for. This is not a drill. Hello, Ronnie.
ID, you see the big network TV
You like
special about
space?
computer games last night? How about that best-selling book? Get the autograph of your favorite designer at the National Electronic Games Convention? Asterisk, it's safe to say that your answer to all of these questions was most likely an unhesitating no. There's a good reason for my certainty. None of this stuff has happened yet, nor is it likely to materialize in the foreseeable future. This news probably comes as no surprise to the knowledgeable readers of this esteemed publication. On the other hand, the current state of the entertainment software universe would shock a compugaming Rip Van Winkle. Someone who passed out after a heavy New Year's Eve party in 1980 and revived just in time to attend one of 1990's end-of-the-decade bashes would want to ask the computer community some embarrassing questions that all boil down to one big stumper: why don't more people love computer games? The future of
Because
home
they're
computer games
confusing
looked
for
so
big brain
promising
people.
at the start of the decade. There has been progress, to be sure, but where is the much-predicted breakthrough to the mass market? The public's interest in computer games rose, fell, and rose again during the decade, and it's been more like a back-and-forth shuffle than a steady climb to higher ground. The percentage of Americans who regularly play computer games is only slightly higher today than it was in 1981 when Bill Kunkel, Joyce Worley, and assembled the first issue of Electronic Games magazine. The easy answer is that playing electronic games is a sophisticated
Electronic Games
pastime
magazine.
that
Do
only
I need
a sliver
to
of
look
the
at that one?
population can understand, appreciate, and enjoy.
I
We heard
might.
this.
I might need to look at Electronic Games magazine. different from Electronic Games Monthly, of course. Or Video Game and Electronics Video Game and Computer Electronics Magazine. Or Game Pro, or any of the other ones.
Writer, editor, lecturer, and game designer Arnie Katz knows the field from every perspective. Each month, his column takes readers inside the world of video and computer games. This month, Arnie tackles the question of why computer gaming isn't growing fast and what typical gamers can do about it. Reasoning quite often at industry meetings in the mid-80s. It was bull then and it is bull now. Thankfully, no one has been able to say it with a straight face since Nintendo ignited the video game renaissance. It took that Japanese game maker about 1.5 years to match, and then surpass, the market penetration of home computers. And that doesn't even count the sales garnered by Atari, Sega, and now NEC. It's enough to give an avid computer gamer and one inferiority complex.
Man, they really thought the TurboGrafx 16 was going to be a serious competitor. They didn't anticipate that NEC would basically just fudge up all of the marketing and not release any of the good games over here.
What's wrong with home computing? A book could be written to
the
explain
graphics
the
are
slow
worse
growth of
and the games
computerized
are for big brain
entertainment.
aliens.
But there are 5 factors that stand out as the major reasons for the lack of mass acceptance. Computer phobia. Before someone can become a computer gamer, they first must have a computer. Despite the widespread use of computers in every phase of society, there is still a surprising number of people
right now.
who
I'm
have
probably
no
gonna have to get
personal
one soon.
hands-on experience with a desktop machine. They have not made the leap from owning a microwave oven with microprocessor control or using a computer at work to the idea that having a machine at home would be worthwhile, even fun. Frankly, this is something that's outside the control of the leisure software publishers. The hardware can't win wide acceptance until a manufacturer
Yeah,
offers a
computer?
truly user-friendly
Yeah,
appliance
those
unit
will
at a
never catch
reasonable
on.
price. The Macintosh satisfies the first why condition, the IBM PC and compatibles fulfill the second, but no brand covers it all adequately. Until they do, don't expect to find a computer in 50% or more of US homes. Lack of customer support for hardware. Tried to get a Commodore disk drive repaired lately? Or how about an ST? Macintosh and IBM PC service facilities are plentiful, at least in major metropolitan areas, but too many computers gather dust for want of skilled repair. When a computer can be repaired as conveniently as a television or refrigerator, the public may start to feel differently about computers. The dominance of form over content, technology is so important in computing that publishers frequently give super techies free rein in the design and development.
Some of the STs ran DRI-DEM. I don't know what that means. Wait, that's the guy... That's the guy Bill Gates indirectly killed? What? What the hell are you on about? They made a thing that looked like Windows 3.1 called Gem. Okay. And DRI is a company. I know that there is like a... I know that there was like a... an OS. Sorry. I know that there was an OS for Atari. I didn't know what it was called. There's also an Amiga OS.
Of games. Many aren't really gamers. They want to show how well
Oh,
they can make those
Atari
chips dance
TOS.
the polka.
Okay.
The goal of creating a compelling interactive play experience is easily lost.
I honestly
in
don't know
the
much
bells
about-
and whistles. Equals piracy.
God.
The software black low market undermines equals i.e. economic base. And by keeping paid
That use
sales
GEM.
artificially GN low,
Graphic
program
Environment
HS.
Manager. Okay.
Theft prevents. Publishers from I spending
DRI
money
Digital Research
TESS
Inc.
on
made
research
it.
and RE
They were
development.
sued by Apple
Big
for
TT
having a
also
trash bin
depresses the
icon
return
though.
to game
Oh
creators,
no.
making it harder for designers to earn enough to keep them working full-time.
I guess that's why Windows has to
George
call it the
Lucas
recycle
couldn't have
bin.
done Star Wars if he had to divide his energies between filmmaking and a full-time job. Stone Age retailing stores merchandise software better than they did 5 years ago, but there's still a long way to go. Computer specialty stores in particular ought to check out how similar outlets in other fields conduct business. Where else can you buy an item for $50 and not even get an advance peek? Can understand why store owners don't want to pay clerks to show off budgetware, but surely someone buying top-shelf products ought to be able to see a little of what's inside the box. We Can Make It Better Now is the time to come to the aid of your hobby, and have a lot of fun doing it. If we stop being the silent minority, our increased visibility will excite the interest of many who simply haven't been motivated to try electronic gaming yet. Game lovers can't manufacture friendlier computers in their basements or directly solve the other problems. However, a vocal hobby group could focus the attention of 106. OS.
That is interesting formatting. Hey, Jeremiah.
Those who can do something about and serving the needs
February
of gamers.
1990 was a good time in
Let's
gaming.
look at what other groups do to promote and strengthen their
Yes.
hobbies. Don't imagine that computer gaming's growing 5JEAE and pains are equals F unique. This copyright variations RR1 and X literature EERR read by a few grubby bohemians. Today, science fiction permeates every aspect of the arts and media. Comic books were once branded the passion of dull-witted children and the cause of juvenile delinquency. Now, graphic novels like Watchmen chalk up megasales, and Batman is on its way to becoming the most watched movie of all time. AREE computer gaming is PE3, in roughly the same NEOER position today that EO/science fiction held in EE 1930 or comic books in GL 1950. A lot of people write regularly to the BEE professional computer magazines, but there is no mechanism for these people to contact each other. The answer for these two interest groups was to get people writing and talking about their hobbies, meeting each other in clubs and conventions, and generally creating rallying points for like-minded individuals. And don't tell me about user J groups. These are fine organizations to be sure, but they are not gaming groups. User groups are for computer hobbyists, We need ways for our electronic gamers to express their enthusiasm and feel others' excitement.
Ah. Your birthday is in February, so you always got games back then. What were you playing in February
Computer
1990?
gaming fandom does not exist, but we, all of us who love these games, could make it happen almost overnight. No hobby group has ever been in a better position to build a fandom than computer gamers. Consider our advantages, plus we are all literate. Anything pro wrestling or monster movie fanatics can do, we can do better. Unlike science fiction and other hobbies previously mentioned, computer gaming is interactive. We aren't a passive audience. That ought to make it easier for fans to break out of their isolation and do something positive. Plus, computer gamers all own or have access to a computer, which can be used to write, duplicate, and distribute materials to other hobbyists. Desktop publishing, available to every computer owner, removes the drudgery of doing small circulation publications. Try writing on a manual typewriter and reproducing the publication with a hectograph if you want an idea of how things stood in sci-fi fandom in 1935. BIM. What do computer, gaming fans do? Equals F. Choice of activities is a PY/matter of personal taste. But here are a couple of possibilities, i.e. publish an I+3
One birthday you
hashtag
got
and electronic
Teenage
gaming
Mutant Ninja
fanzine.
Turtles and
Ever
Dragon
wish you could
Warrior.
share your thoughts with other gamers?
I think it was
You
1989,
can,
but
by
maybe
producing a small
1990.
newsletter or magazine.
It could have been either one. I think both
Sure,
games existed
it won't
in
look as
89.
fancy as VG and CE or have a six-figure circulation, but presenting your ideas to 50 to 200 hardcore, knowledgeable gamers can be very rewarding, and it isn't prohibitively expensive either. You can review games, talk about your favorites, interview designers and programmers, print cartoons about gaming and anything else you want. After all, it will be your magazine. You can also trade your fanzine for other publications, written contributions from other fans, or continued on page 111.
Continued on page. Okay.
You can take it with you!
What is this?
Oh.
It's an accessory for the Game Boy, I guess.
Or, no, these are just HAL games. Okay. And more reviews. Okay. John Madden football. Do you think this John Madden guy, do you think he's got what it takes to compete with the big boys? I don't know. You didn't get your Lynx and Genesis until 91, 92. So in 91, I would have been getting 7800, 2600, and NES games.
Electronic Arts versions, Apple IL Series, IBM PC, $49.95, Two 1987 to 88 NFLPA players.
You always
disc
knew how to
for
back the
IBM
right
13
horse.
PC,
7800 and links.
$24.95. And yen Apple IL series.
I mean, honestly, no, you were a Lynx kid.
$29.95.
You were
John
good.
Madden
You were
Football
good. You were just better
by
than
Robin
us.
Antoinette
We were the
and
ones
John
doing it
Madden
wrong.
is an expert system gridiron simulation that gives the user a unique insight into ratings, AEE pigskin strategy, and to count music equals. EYI ticks. The IBM PC version graphics 3 equals playability equals represents an extensive overall HB redesign from the Apple II version of the same game now released last year. The new program is too much easier to play, but will still present a major challenge to all but the most
Of course this was a PC
hardcore
game
football
originally.
fanatics. Positioned as a PR companion piece T0EFS added TOS Eddie Dombrowers TRARENS 20DRO Weaver Baseball RRA EA, it is immediately 4,449 equals.
You were still getting brand new
obvious that
2600 games into the
despite TR
90s?
comparable
Wow,
pop
okay.
rate. SAT.
I always wondered
LPE,
who was buying
Unity,
Atari
there is
2600
AIF
games
Euro
like
Ratsies
in
4, SCSS major difference.
whenever the hell, like,
between
Clax came
baseball
out, like,
and,
what,
if
1990,
sobriety
91?
football. Whereas section OE, anyone who grew up SEB equals IBEL RR watching and
I always
playing
wondered who was doing
YTE
that.
baseball
And,
is intimately
Jeremiah
FE,
is too.
familiar
I mean, to be
with its
fair,
rules equals NE, and protocols.
What I understand,
Very
2600
too
games
few
by that
people
point
really
were
understand
dirt
the
cheap,
intricacies of the
so
gridiron.
that stands to
Even
reason.
regular viewers
And they were still
FSS
pretty fun.
often miss the distinct ED V4 equals tie-in between the 3 to 4 ES pound and 4 to 3 defenses, bond, at which side is the SEG copyright, weak side and what EE to the chalkboard real LY means. Football RTRNES equals professional study 3.5 is equal to 30 thick playbooks full of greater than 20 copyright variations, flexes and SN103 red dogs. But most equals pound gamers will not want phase IAT by so O to commit similar O amounts of time to mill BO, NI 108.
Oh, this one doesn't have a scorecard. Oh, no, wait, no, it does. It does in the corner. Got Double Dragon and Commando for the
AAS playing a
2600.
football simulation.
And those
None
came
of
out in
this is
89 or
intended as
so.
criticism of third John Madden football, which is actually something of a
2600
dream
Double
program
Dragon
for
is
pigskin
rough, I'm so
partisans.
sorry.
But this complex
Commando, I don't
simulation
remember-
is simply far
think
beyond
I remember
the
that
skill
one kinda
or
being
interest
rough,
of
too.
the average sports fan and sports
Anyway,
gamer.
this gets an 8,
And unlike Earl Weaver,
a
which
6,
is
an 8, a
satisfying
7,
even
and
when
a
played in
7.
an
Fair
arcade
enough.
mode, as an action football game, John Madden still demands a tremendous amount of strategic input from the user. The only difference is that the gamer enters the H or hero command just before the snap and thereafter takes direct joystick or keyboard control over the ball carrier. There is also an
2600
which
Double
gives
Dragon
players
is
a
better than
sudden,
NES
but
Double
brief
Dragon. That
burst of
is one of
speed.
the takes of all time.
Otherwise, the game operates in a default statistical/strategic mode. That said, this is a football simulation that takes everything into account. The 11 on 11 contest includes field conditions, weather, injuries, fatigue, substitutions, player ratings, and much more. Strategic options include such subtleties as ordering the strong safety to cheat out in order to be stronger against the run-on defense and post-snap audibles when in possession of the ball. The coach can even assign group tasks like run blocking, pass blocking, traps and kicks, for example. John Madden Football allows users to practice individual plays in isolation and offers a chalkboard
I mean,
mode with
honestly,
editing
my
functions
opinion is
plus a
Double
play
Dragon
editor
in
that lets the
general
user
just isn't a
slash
very
coach
good
see
game
how
by
play
today's
will look
standards,
against any given
but
opposition. Madden's distinctive personality is also on view and not just in the chalkboard feature.
2600 Double Dragon.
Even the selection of available teams
My
show the coach's
stepbrother
unique
had NES
tastes and
single.
Oh, I do
predilections.
remember you telling me the story.
There are the All Maddens, fictitious all-stars
I think you told me this
based on
whenever I
John's
got
favorite
to
models,
2600
the
Double
Ringers,
Dragon.
based on the 70s
I'm
of
at
Steelers,
Alphacade.
and ML0 Oakland. And A, inspired by 1. Equals 7 Maddens,
Yeah.
69.
I mean, the
Mr.
2600
78
version
Raiders.
had two-player
The entire
co-op.
game
You just
shows
sacrificed,
Madden's fingerprints,
you know,
and
having a
serious
good
fans
game.
will delight in many of them. Continued on page 112 VG and CE asterisk February 1990.
Honestly, I'm probably glad you told me that again, because I would have forgotten. Anyway, yeah. John Madden Football. Is this the continuation of that one article on whatever it was?
Continued from page 106 Readers' Letters of Comment. Most fanzines for other hobbies even sell a few copies to partially offset postage costs. There's no
NES
reason
Double Dragon
for
is still the
video
most
gamers
disappointing
and
game
arcadiacs to
experience in
feel
your
left
life.
out of the fun.
Honestly,
All
I don't really know if
electronic gamers
I
are siblings,
like
and
any
fandom is
version
big
of Double
enough to
Dragon. I don't know if
accommodate
Double
everyone
Dragon has
with an
ever really
interest
been
in
good.
electronic gaming. A fanzine can be written on a
It's a
typewriter
very
and
early
copied
beat 'em
using
up,
cheap
and
photocopying
it's
or
kind of before
offset.
they really
Start
perfected
an
how to do
electronic
that
gaming
properly.
Club, put notices on BBSs and your school, college, or local area. You'll meet a lot of interesting
this is the
people
days of
and get into
BBSs.
some good gaming. A club can do things that are beyond the reach of solo gamers, like invite guest speakers to meetings, stage competitions, and hold conventions. Once there is a network of local clubs and fanzines, the hobby can look into such goodies as a gaming amateur press society and even a national electronic gaming convention, complete with company-sponsored exhibits. Every other hobby has
Think
these
of the
things,
biggest
and
gaming
ours can too.
disappointment.
Let's get started. The first step is
Like a
always the
game I
hardest.
expected to be really
With
good,
the
and it
permission
turned
of
out
my
to be
esteemed editor, I'd like to
not
make the
bad.
first one a little easier. Here's what propose. If you produce an electronic gaming fanzine, send it to me and I'll review the ones get in a near future issue so other fans will hear about your effort. Remember, VG
I don't know.
CE has a 3-month lead
I
time.
can't really think of
The
anything,
time it
because like
takes to get an
usually
issue
like
to the newsstands.
I'm
So please
pretty
be patient. If you start a local club,
I'm usually
send me
pretty
the
good at
information.
like doing research
I'll announce any
beforehand.
clubs and pass
I mean,
the
I'd
game
have that
directly
luxury,
to anyone in
you know,
your
being
area who's
baby,
looking
but-
for one to join. Send those fanzines and club announcements to Arnie Katz.
Like I have the luxury of being
330S,
able to
Decatur,
research a game
Suite
before I buy it.
152, Las Vegas, Nevada 89107. If you have questions, I'll try to answer
You'll
the
never
most
forget how
frequently
excited
asked
you
ones
were
in a near
when
future
your
issue of
stepbrother got the
VG
NES
and
Double
CE.
Dragon.
Act
And
now.
how devastated
Fandom is waiting to
you
hear
were
from
an
you.
hour later
Hey,
when you finally came to accept that there was no co-op.
back to the 50s. CVPTWP Preg grew us back to the good old days of rock, and 208% Brivison roll, drive-ins, yo for pink slips as cesses you ride around town at 90 miles per hour. Had, al but hey, first you'll need car. Choose Fei 3EGB, one of the 25 classics from a 3240 NTA equals Lemma. Coupe to a 63 vet. And Super
I would say
to
maybe
Bodhi
my
E
biggest
Fire Breathing
disappointment
Street
might
Rado
have to be the
equals
Xbox
copyright
360.
KEB, with some of the 35
And I will
custom
explain.
parts. No ES, then it's down to 448 Bob's Drive-In, where your buddies are waiting to see smiley face saying
I'll
you
wait
show
till
your
it's
stuff.
done.
What a drag. Out to Dead Man's 048 XP of Curve. You'd better win or you'll never become king for Sydney's. Of the streets. Agree, plus, you could drive away in a 58 Impala CLR street rod or win one of hundreds of other prizes.
It's an ad for content. Okay. This is what I think. So, my maybe biggest disappointment was the Xbox 360. So, newest console I had at the time was a Wii. I didn't have PlayStation 3 at the time, and my friend was a huge COD guy. He was a huge COD kid. Call of Duty, all of that. And I wasn't really interested in any of that. And I knew I wasn't gonna... But, like, I kind of figured, like, he eventually sort of wore me down, like, got me to get, like, a used 360. And I kind of just never used it. Like, I got the 360. It came with Kinect, which... I never owned any Kinect games, because I'd used... Actually, no. You know what? No. I'm gonna say the biggest gaming disappointment was Kinect. Forget the 360. Because I was about to say the 360, the main thing is it just didn't have any games that I was interested in. And I kind of realized that. Because, like, it was just like, oh, it's great if you're into, like, you know, Call of Duty and Grand Theft Auto. If you're into, like, you know, Mario-style games, you're not really being served. And that's what I was into at the time. And especially now, like, I'm, you know, into, like, JRPGs. A lot of those are not on Xbox consoles because Xbox has long since given up on the Japanese market. Which, to be fair, that's entirely because the Japanese market gave up on it. But, no, okay. The Kinect, I genuinely remember. I started seeing, like, commercials for the Kinect. And they were saying, like, because, you know, I had a Wii, and I thought, like, the Wii was so cool and futuristic. Like, oh, I can just, like, mimic, like, throwing a bowling ball with this controller thing. And, you know, like the motion controls. It was the future. That was my mentality at the time. Like, this is where video games are headed. Everything is going to be motion control. And, like, you know, like, I was kind of thinking, like, you know, 20 years later, we're gonna just not have a controller. And then all of a sudden, Kinect comes out. It's like, oh, you can do that now. And my mind was blown. I didn't know about the iToy, by the way. I probably would have loved that. But... like, I genuinely, my thought process was, video games are never going to evolve past this. I remember thinking that at, like, age 10 or 11 or so. And then I finally used the Kinect, and I was like, oh, maybe the controller was, maybe we do need a controller after all. It was nigh impossible to get any sort of response out of the thing. And, you know, I had a big basement. Space was not an issue for me. I could have used the, whatever. I could have used the Kinect and, like, actual games, but I tried it at my local game store because they had, like, a thing where you went in and you could like spend like 3 or 4 hours playing, you know, whatever the latest games. Or whatever. They had like a Wii U hooked up. They had like a couple of Xboxes and a couple of PlayStation 3s. It was mostly Xboxes. I think that was kind of like that period where like the Wii was actually, yeah, no. I was gonna say, I think it was like that period between like when the Wii U was brand new and the PS4 and Xbox One had not come out yet. And I used the Kinect. I tried Kinect Sports. I tried using the darts game, and just doing anything was just nigh impossible because it was such an unresponsive piece of shit. Anyway, that's my rant. Hello, Cerulean. Red Ring of Death. You know what? I never had Red Ring of Death. And my brother's friend had one of the really old 360s, the old white ones. And thankfully never had an issue with Red Ring of Death. Like, in fact, I even remember, like, the old Blade interface. Like, anyone remember that? Like, the early days of the 360 before, like, the live interface or whatever it was called? Your 360 was a Japanese console for Japanese shmups. Yeah, I mean, it did have death smiles, that's true. In Japan, it was an otaku console until PS3 decided to eat its lunch after then. Yeah. No, there was a point in time where, like, Xbox 360 was kind of starting to gain a foothold in Japan. Like, they were making a serious push. And then, like, they were just like, oh, well, we're just gonna market to the Japanese the same way we market to Americans and just be like, oh, Japanese people, they'll like Call of Duty. Let's just, like, market it that way. And then you had them and then you lost them. You had an easy time with Kinect. It was just like you had to stand in a really awkward position and then like you couldn't like it was just really unresponsive. Although to be fair, I like play the Wii nowadays and it's just like, oh, this is like way less responsive than I remember it being as a kid. I don't know if it's just like the tech being older and not working as well or what, but like I remember like the Wii not being like as much of a pain in the ass as it is. Never did play the Steel Battalion. Oh my god, I've heard about that. That would be... You never used the Kinect, felt like it was a bad gimmick. I mean, you know, when I was a kid, I was a Wii owner, I kind of envied it. When you were a kid, you had the power pad for NES. Oh no, I'm so sorry. We never felt well, it's not laggy. It's more just like the motion controls, like Wii Sports. I remember it like sensing a lot more, if that makes sense. Like, not so much in terms of lag, but more in terms of like, I don't know. And it could also just be like I don't have the sensor bar set up properly. It could be that. It was definitely easier to set up the sensor bar back in the day because like TVs are so much thinner now than they were 20 years ago. So like you can just like, it's really easy to just sit your sensor bar on top of a CRT television. Now it's kind of like you have like a very thin sort of precarious place that you can put the sensor bar. You can put the sensor bar under the TV, but then that also introduces its own set of problems. Yeah. Got it separately with World Class Track Meet and Super Team. I mean, I had World Class Track Meet. I even did a video on that years ago. It's still up. I honestly, I forget how many views it has. I may end up like unlisting that in the future, but I like World Class Track Meet. I thought that was really cool, especially for the time. Apparently those power pads do not work anymore. It is like almost impossible to have to find like a functioning power pad. Oh my god, you're switching back to reviews now? Okay. I understand. I'm just gonna like switch between things. Your Wii was secondhand from a rental shop that closed down.
Continued from page
Came with
108,
an
the area
HDHD
where the
full of
game
games.
skims,
Ah, cool.
However, is in sound and graphics. The visual display is
Never
a
finished
clean,
any long
top-down
games on
view
it. I mean, there
appearing
weren't
at the
like
bottom of the
many
screen
like
that would've worked
JRPGs or
even 5
anything on the
years
Wii.
ago.
Really, if you were a JRPG
Obviously,
fan,
Batman's
you were just
personal
kind of
priorities
screwed that
were with the meat
generation.
and potatoes of strategy and tactics.
PS3
But from
had
the user's
some,
point of view,
but
the game has a bleak,
there was like
almost remote look that
what,
simply
like
does not invite
Xenoblade
more
Chronicles, I think was on the Wii. That was about it. Super Paper Mario, if that counts.
It should be sophisticated. When someone's afraid of something, they always use the words, keep it simple.
The Last Story?
All
I've never
that
heard of
means
that.
is, man, I'm scared to death. If you're doing it for simple people, then others are going to be bored. It has to be challenging. Okay, coach, I'll admit it. Man, I'm scared to death. For real He-Man football fans, however, John Madden Football is the tightest,
I might have to look
most
up The
accurate
Last Story.
strategic simulation available.
Never heard of that in my life.
1987 to 88 NFLPA Players discs will soon be available for both the MS-DOS and Apple IL versions. Abel Kunkel Electronic Arts, 1820 Gateway Drive, San Mateo, California 94404, 415, 572 ARTS. Modem Wars Electronic Arts versions, Commodore 64, $34.95.
Former Final
IBM
Fantasy
PC,
director.
$39.95. Ratings, Modem
Look
Wars.
up gameplay, I'd be
The
surprised.
YUP name brings to mind graphics MW computers reaching
I might do that
playability
later.
BL across phone lines to fry overall BL their opponents' electronic innards in a quest for victory.
You didn't know they
Or
had an
maybe it
NES
makes you
DDR
think of a
pad? Oh, yes,
teenager
they
starting
did.
WWII by playing Global Thermonuclear War war with his home computer.
I even had
as
one.
seen
It
in the
worked
movie
pretty
War
good when I
Games.
had it, but I don't think I have it anymore. We got rid of it because it was an unwieldy pain in the ass.
Far out, but playing by
It was like
Phi
really
EY,
big.
modem is daily become Pi ing more popular, and STMH7
Real-time and
Electronic
controlling
Arts is
multiple
trying to
people at
hold
once.
the MW Pa High
There was like a
Veteran
Final
Dan,
Fantasy.
70 Cities of
I think there
Gold,
was
Robot B,
there was like a tower
Rascals,
defense Final
Bunton.
Fantasy on the Wii.
Modem Wars has its roots
Final
in the
Fantasy
modern
Crystal
day game of
Chronicles, I want to say.
football.
It was also on
112.
GameCube, but the sequel's on Wii.
Magic on the blacktop. Work that ball.
I totally
Magic
missed.
on the blacktop. Magic
I'm
on
sorry,
the
I'm
blacktop.
reading that again because I totally missed
Magic on the
everything.
blacktop. Magic on the blacktop. Work that ball.
Continued from page 105. The area where the game skims, however, is in sound and graphics. The visual display is a crude, top-down view appearing at the bottom of a screen that would have looked dated 5 years ago. Obviously, Madden's personal priorities were with the meat and potatoes of strategy and tactics, but from the user's point of
One
view,
last story,
the game
you
has a
can
bleak,
hide
almost remote look that simply
your
does
healer
not invite
somewhere
more
in
play.
some building on the
Well,
balcony.
as
I don't know, I
Madden
guess there were
himself
some
has said about
RPGs on
this
the Wii.
game, it should be sophisticated. When someone's afraid of something, they always use the words, keep it simple. All that means is, man, I'm scared to death. If you're doing it for simple people, then others are going to be bored. It has to be challenging.
So this is the
Okay,
reason that all
Coach,
PC
I'll
games
admit
were
it.
big brain
Man,
games for
I'm
aliens,
scared to
is
death.
because people like this were
For
being
real
like,
He-Man
no,
football
these games
fans,
need more depth.
However, John Madden
Fuck
Football is the
playability.
tightest, most accurate strategic simulation available. 1987 to 88 NFLPA Players discs will soon be available for both the MS-DOS and Apple IL versions. Bill Kunkel Electronic Arts, 1820 Gateway Drive, San Mateo, California 94404, 415, 572 ARTS. Modem Wars Electronic Arts versions, Commodore 64, $34.95, IBM
$34?
PC,
That's expensive for a C64 game at the
$39.95.
time.
Ratings,
They
Modem
were like
Wars.
$10.
This rough BI name brings to
Or
mind
hell, you could get,
graphics
like,
ML
budget titles for, like,
computers
$3
reaching
at the
playability
time.
BL across phone lines to fry will overall KL their opponents LA, the Tronic inners in a quest DLE for victory. Or maybe it makes you think of Hart, a teenager starting WWII by playing Glob while thermonuclear war with his home computer, as seen in the movie War Games. 10B these ideas are
I have
a
not
little,
seen War
5
Games in so
Somaliland
long. That was
shillings,
such a good
L
movie.
equals O,
I mean,
FL
it wasn't
far
an
out,
amazing
but
movie,
playing
but it was
by
good.
ILEs, high modem is daily become BR on,
I might have to
eyes
do
closed
War
face
Games for, like, a future
FMOEDING more
LD
popular,
cinema.
and TAIEA Electronic Arts is trying to lineage
I have the DVD of it,
this new
actually.
genre with OLPY, TREIR latest release by the Mel HEA veteran Dan, 7 PEI, 5 Cities of Gold, Robot B, Rascals, Bunton. Modem Wars has its roots in the modern-day game of football. 112.
So it's sort of a JRPG RTS hybrid. Yeah, that's kind of what it sounds like.
The Global Peace Agreement banning all forms of violence. To take up the slack, football became
It's
more
really more
intense.
JRPG.
Armor
Okay.
and bionics replaced helmets and pads. Penalties for personal fouls were removed from the PL rulebooks and BWI. Knocking out the by a quarterback equals became the real LHH way to win. In
Good
response,
news, combat
the
starts
Global Football League
immediately.
replaced all the
Ooh.
players except
That
for
would
the
actually be
quarterback
good
with
to,
armed
like-
robots and renamed the game the
I
Sport
might have
of
to do
War.
like a one-off of that.
This high-intensity
these
violence drew
days.
more people than all the other sports combined, and soon the Global War League constructed massive stadiums with multiform turf to allow larger battles on a wide variety of terrain. Elite quarterbacks could make outrageous salaries for successfully directing their troops from inside the relative safety of high-tech mobile command centers. In Urk, each game begins with the equals Abu's initial setup phase. %7 pre-designed scenarios are available, while ranging from the football-like scrimmage, all the way up to the massive 4-1 war. Each player sets up on his own half of the field, and the fast-paced game begins. There are no breaks between plays, and Euro time marches on. This isn't too much of an burden on the computerist, however, because only the final destination of a unit needs to be set. The units move and fight automatically. The game continues until the pre-specified timer runs out or one of the opposing consens is destroyed. While destroying an opponent's command center produces a great feeling, most games are determined by the actual points scored. The post-game period features an option to watch the game film, which shows the actions of both sides during the game. It provides a good insight into what the other side was doing during play and can be very enlightening. Various scoring strategies exist, and the one chosen should depend on both the scenario being played and the playing style of the quarterback. Sometimes it is best to go for an end run behind the opponent's back line, while at other times a direct attack on the opponent's console will reap better results. Whatever course the player chooses, the important thing is to continue scoring points at all times. The hardest thing about a lead is keeping it. The units come in several varieties. Grunts are basic foot soldiers and perform many of the mundane tasks. Because of their speed, riders act like cavalry and can quickly sweep from place to place. Boomers are big and slow, but as the name implies,
Okay,
they
Boomer.
pack quite a punch. Spies are the recon units, invisible to all enemy robots except other spies. They provide real-time intelligence on the enemy's movements and disposition. Finally, the console is the player's base of operations. If it gets knocked out, the game is over. Modem Wars is very flexible, and many 3-play options are adjustable to suit a player's preference. These include features affecting both the setup and the actual play of the game. One game may recycle /lost robots back onto the field, or another may be designed to give the less experienced player a point bonus to even the odds. The game can be played against a solo trainer built into the computer, but it really shines when played against another opponent over the phone lines. Establishing a phone link is fairly straightforward, though some tweaking may be required to get the game working with certain PC clone setups. The main screen shows an overview of the entire playing field along the left-hand side of the window. A close-up view of the area around the current unit is shown in the upper right corner of the screen, with that unit's information displayed in a box just below. Finally, a text message area occupies the bottom of the screen to allow communication between the players during play. The game features an overhead perspective for all map views.
Wow, massive
While the
online
graphics themselves will
games
not
in
win any major
1990.
awards,
That's...
they are adequate for the 114.
Honestly, I didn't know this stuff existed this early, like massively. I guess it's not online. Presumably this is LAN play or, well, over a modem, so... Don't know if that necessarily means online or not, but... Like, and then we're also talking about CompuServe. CompuServe apparently existed in 1990? I didn't know it was that old.
Task and crisp, then clear enough to support gameplay. Modem Wars effectively combines both elements of strategic planning and quick reaction. While the steady tick of the clock may scare
1987
away some traditional
is when it
board
came out.
gamers,
Oh,
the flow
shit.
of play is fairly easy to pick up. It will take some time, however, for a player to become an outstanding quarterback. Unfortunately, the necessity of a human opponent for truly good play may limit the potential market for Modem Wars.
Or
But those with telecommunications
1969?
equipment
No
have a
way.
new source of high-tech entertainment that can occupy many of their future gaming hours.
We had old Tandy
Art
computers with
Bradley Andrews
CompuServe in
Electronic
school,
Arts, 1820
which
Gateway
would have
Drive,
been
San Mateo, California
1989-ish. Oh,
94404,
shit.
4155717171. Where in time is Carmen Sandiego? Broader
Yeah,
versions,
1969.
Apple
I don't know if
11,
I believe that.
$44.95. Apple 11 GS, $44.95. IBM PC, $44.95. Ratings. This probably won't come as a big surprise to Graphics ILU, but Carmen playability.
Oh, I guess the
yen.
company
San
maybe
Diego
existed
is at it
in
again.
69, but like the
Overall, 7
CompuServe
yes. Carmen
thing
and her
didn't
gang
exist
of
until
thieves
like, yeah.
made 35H foul of Be famous in where in the EE world is Carmen J. Cent Sachs, BL San Diego, where in JBX BM America is Carmen Cent Eyes, ML San Diego, and where in all Europe is Carmen Cent WHILL San Diego, are back, this 3-time pilfering rare objects, backslash and escaping
Where in
into the
Europe
hill
is
mists of
Carmen?
antiquity. That's our OATA ride, right, time, more specified part.
Carmen San
See our
Diego is
Cali,
always a fun
the
time.
past. Fortunately, the game is set in the future, so the Uranits, built thousands of years ago, VSIATRIEIO.
They sold remote computers, okay.
Flint Banzist has access to the Compa 3
They were a
New York
timeshare company? What?
Bisor, Bishriki extremely helpful in Van Clyde.
Wow,
Is
okay.
all the gamer Dollary needs to run Carmen and one SA company to Earth. Some AY were between the years CE, 400
you'd have a
AD
shitty
and the
terminal.
1950s. Continued on page 125 VG and CE asterisk February 1990.
Mostly work or school, you imagine.
Or, oh, okay, I see. I see, that's how that worked. Alright, I guess we're taking a break from Carmen San Diego, because this is something totally different.
Continued from page 10, the doctor is IN Dear VG and CE, just love reading your magazine. I've bought all of your issues so far, and plan on buying everything to come. Your maps and strategies on video games are excellent as well. In your latest issue, you mentioned the fact that you were expanding. Was wondering if you might consider doing a question and answer section from the readers on computer and video games. Jesse Man, Edinburgh, Virginia. Always glad to hear we've got fans out there, Jesse. As far as the suggestion goes, check our monthly Game Doctor column. The good doctor is always available to answer your questions on games or gaming, as long as you catch him between house calls. Power up! Dear VG and CE, just wanted to write and say how much love your magazine. Your feature stories and reporting are top-notch. Thanks for writing about the Color Dreams Company, VG and CE, July 1989, and its products, which operate on the present NES machine. Your magazine was the only one to report on this exciting new invention. As far as I'm concerned, it would be fantastic
Color
to see
Dreams,
this
exciting.
enhancement
The
on my
only time that
NES.
has ever been used in the same
fact,
sentence.
think that most people would rather upgrade their existing systems than buy new ones
Or in the
every time
same
they are
really
improved.
breath.
Many thanks and keep up the good work. And Mark Marshall, Evansville, Indiana. Glad to see you enjoyed our feature, Mark. We try to stay on top of all the latest developments within the world of gaming, especially one so potentially exciting as this. Stay tuned for more information. 8.
Receive top dollars for your used games. No, do not do that. Hold on to them for like 40 years, and then you can pretty much retire in luxury. Get ahead of the pack with Operation Wolf.
Commodore 64, IBM PC Operation Wolf is an arcade shootout in which players try to blast their way through an enemy fortress as they try to rescue civilian captives. During the game's 6 missions, the player must destroy all of the enemies while sustaining minimal damage. Victory is accomplished by escorting the hostages to an ID escape plane waiting on level 6. 45. The secret to equals Operation Wolf lies in aiming the gun. The cursor is not as quick as on the arcade version, and the bullets seem to lag a split-second fine behind the moving crosshair. This must simply be compensated for by leading all PY aside, moving targets slightly. This isn't so that important when firing at a wide object, such as a tank or gunboat, but it becomes crucial when shooting enemy helicopters due to the narrow target they provide. Try not to fire the machine gun continuously. This wastes a lot of valuable ammunition that will be sorely missed later on in the game. More important, however, is that continuous fire causes the game to slow a bit and become choppy. This makes the crosshair jump slightly, throwing off a player's aim.
What is L hosting? What is this?
Huh?
Oh.
Okay. It's an ASMR.
I think I understand now what they were trying to do by, like, having the articles sort of last throughout the entire... They basically want you to... Like, if there's one thing that seems
Always
appealing,
shoot the
they're
most
gonna make
dangerous
you
enemies first.
look through the entire
The
magazine.
tanks that come across the screen at close range
so
are the
that
most
you
dangerous.
actually read everyone's articles.
Each one
That's
should be shot immediately
kind of shitty,
before
but
its turret can turn and fire.
buy
Next,
ours.
aim for the gunboats and enemy helicopters. They are also deadly but, due to their distance, are more likely to miss a few shots. The next enemy to concentrate
Sometimes you
on
can't
are
tell
the
the difference
soldiers
between
in gray
ASMR
and the
and
commandos
more.
who
Honestly,
fall to the
ASMR
ground
would just
and
give
roll.
me more anxiety.
The guys in gray are more accurate sharpshooters and can cause substantial damage. They usually absorb 2 or 3 shots before they go down, so make sure they have disappeared before moving on. The soldiers who roll require only 1 shot to kill, yet they also seem to have better aim, so they should be wiped out as early as possible. Dealing with hostages correctly is a very important element in this battle. The instructions warn the player not to shoot any innocents at all. This is sound advice, 7 most of BRRUI the time. Tally T morbid 5HL as it may sound, it's sometimes better to de-kill an L or innocent if they are running in a pack of enemy soldiers. As the old saying goes, better him than me. However, this should only be done in the first 2 screens, where shooting 117.
You know this theme song to the game Tribes? It's the one that goes Tribes, 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 Tribes.
Civilians does not penalize the player in ETE any way. In the later levels, killing the 9 hostages costs the player points and LEV, maybe even the game if there are none BH4 left alive to board the escape plane. High scoring. The way to rack up high scores in Operation Wolf is to learn the tricks of the trade. First off, try to hit any of the if things get thick bonus items that may appear, since toss a grenade to maintaining a constant supply of clear the battlefield ammunition is crucial in this game. Shoot at all animals, any rat, for they will often 3YF to drop something of IHH value when hit. I3 and equals 42 to 58ing another object to Fed AA master is the dynamite. While it may seem smart to number 25-5 to wait until a bunch of men appears before detonating, this is not the case because the ones who are there will be firing. Instead, set off the dynamite right away. It's worth 500 points and will take out any bad guys in the immediate area. To earn extra points, try to hit the OO paratroopers before they touch ground. Hitting a man in midair earns the fiat and player twice as much as waiting for Ra LDL him to land. H equals M. A big bonus can be obtained by EV or YT firing at the coconuts on the palm trees, ID8 to on level 2. Fire once to knock them 3/WL loose, then shoot again as they fall to hop by your verta and it'll earn 5,000 points or an extra grenade. The San Aranciaco trio saved the hostages at all costs in with Spectrum Halibut levels 5 and 6. They are worth big eye points, and killing them will damage, yen percent pooper, number 5 Renee the player's chances for a high score. TT finally, remember to use the I=5 grenades with care, they will be needed later on in the game. When PENF2GA using grenades, wait until 2 or 3 enemy vehicles are present and take Senec Amept vein them all out at once. Don't wait T00 rookie along, though, because once a vehicle's gun turns toward the screen, it's curtains for Operation Wolf. Frank Tetro, Jr. 118.
Operation Wolfpack, yes. I don't know if I've ever actually played the arcade version of Operation Wolf. Not really a fan of any of the console
I see
ports.
Fit Link NUAU Villia VLLT.
I mean, to be fair, most rail shooters
Spectrum
don't really
Holobyte 7
transition
versions,
well to
Amiga,
consoles.
IBM PC, and Macintosh in Spectrum
You really do
Holobyte's
kind of
newest
want, like,
release.
a light
The
gun
player
as
gets
an
behind the
option.
wheel of the world's finest street machine, the Corvette. The challenge is to blow away the competition in a Cross-Hings Get Thick, California run. Players choose from 4 SA Grenade to different Corvettes, as well as 4 AR the Battlefield Challengers, ranging from the relatively slower Porsche to the quite competitive Ferrari F40. The game features 4 possible runs and multiple difficulty levels to challenge the most seasoned video racers. The basics in driving, the only way one can be successful in that is by mastering the simple yet fine art of driving a sports car. Start out the first few races slowly,
Hit the road
getting a
with a
feel for the
vet?
way the car handles.
With a Beetle?
Use the center lane key to keep
Huh.
the car in a lane. Players may avoid oversteering by holding down this key while driving, releasing it only to switch lanes. Although the game defaults to the in-car view, this is not the best angle to 3C upcoming cars from any grade Pripyat.
Don't mess with
Distance.
Wolfpack. He spells
Instead,
wolf wrong
switch to
on
the helicopter
purpose.
view and adjust the
I
angle
did
to
not
equals
say.
equals
Did I
equals
say
IL,
that?
about 45
That is
degrees.
really fucking clever.
This will
No
give
way I
the
said
rear
that.
HS JM player a bigger jump on cars coming up by LRR on the VAT. WH DOMs in the event of a collision, SPITV your VATs
No, I didn't
take
say that. I can't
immediately
take credit
hold
for that.
down the
That's too good.
accelerator is bars Francisco Strauss while pressing the center lane key in VIT's Spectrum Holobyte. Order to get the car back up to speed as fast as possible.
Yes, I did. Okay,
If
I
the
believe you.
damage was to GMC and
You remember
Hyundai's
my
the
streams
car's
better than
engine,
I do.
note
That's
the
why
top
it's
speed
good to
that
have you in the
FNR
back pocket.
the car now travels at. If it's below the one-eye top speed of the competition, seek out a $1 gas station and pull in between the I-7-27 building and the pumps
like-
to initiate ET
You could
repairs.
quiz me on
TIEP the
streams
courses
that I
once you're
did
comfortable with
yesterday.
driving the
You
car.
could quiz
The
me on my
next
lunar
strategy
stream
is
that I did
mapping the course.
yesterday, and I would be like, I
The
don't know.
competition will always take
don't know
one
what
of
I
the
said.
shortcut nave to the.
Anyway, buy this racing game with a Corvette. On purpose.
Continued from page 118, course of their own. The trick here is to plan the route so
What
as to
happened
stay on
after I
freeways
beat the
whenever
Red Dragon
possible.
and flew out of the
There
volcano?
are far fewer
I
police
landed in
cars and
Riza.
traffic signs on freeways, allowing a player to make up time
Probably
in a hurry.
died a lot. Oh yeah, and then I
Traveling
like
through
went
city
to
streets can
the
be almost completely avoided in the first two courses, while the
Marriott
other
or
two
whatever
do
the fuck it's
require
called.
the player to navigate
Crossed the bridge
urban
and then
terrain
instantly
somewhat.
got my ass handed to me. Oh shit, I guess I do remember that stream. Alright. Checkmate. Oh yeah, crash landed, that's true. Yeah, I can remember the stream I did yesterday. As it turns out. Checkmate.
Course 1 starts off at the Sand player will have enough of a lead to Francisco Zoo and heads north to go 65
Also,
miles
we
per hour
argued
over the
about
bridge
AI
and cross the
because,
Golden
well, then
Gate
again, we do
Bridge.
that like almost every stream.
Players the line a winner. Should start off traveling fairly slowly. Course 2 goes from the Golden because there are a lot of police cars Gate Bridge to the Bay Bridge. Again, in the first section of the course. As head over the bridge at moderate you approach the park, floor it in speed, accelerating when the road travel along the straightaway at full turns into Lombard Street. From speed onto and past the Presidio. Here, burn rubber east until the once the bridge appears, slow intersection of Van Ness Avenue. Down. The police will be here also.
Yeah, this is a strategy guide.
If travel south.
I hope you forgive me. I'm gonna skip those, I think. We may end a little bit early, actually. What is this? This is just more legal copy? Oh, no, never mind. It's just an ad. We now ship all our stock orders. Okay. Overnight? Damn. So you know what? I think I may end up ending a little bit early, and if that's the case, I think I'm going to probably play else fan game. You said the most recent version is in my Discord, right? If not, either post it there or send it to me in a DM. Because I'll probably... I don't have too much longer in this magazine, it looks like. Your game? The Little Beach, no better.
Continued from page 114, where in time is Carmen Sandiego. Implements many of the protocols and conventions established in
Oh,
the
is this
previous
where in
Carmen
time is
games.
Carmen? I thought it was where in Europe
Playing
is
the
Carmen
game
Sandiego.
requires only a cursory look at the instructions because everything the user needs is displayed on the screen through the Chrono Skimmer's interface. If the user wants to jump through time,
Well,
click
don't
on
you
the
need like the
unit,
almanac
Time Leap
or whatever
on the
on like
Apple
these old
version,
Carmen
or
Sandiego
travel
games?
in
Yes, it's
CLNF
there.
button.
Okay, I thought you posted
Once
that.
in a new location, the search ship A. Relatio button allows the player to interrogate with one Nessus or check out the crime scene for valuable clues. The data button lets the detective enter evidence or view dossiers through the chronoskimmer.
Harumi commented.
Once the
Of course he
ESSE
did.
player has accumulated
Hope he's
sufficient
doing well.
heavy EES Denke, hitting the compute button in ESET the evidence database applies for a war Shirant, which, if issued, activates a capture robot to make the pitch. If the detective equals hasn't put together a strong
Carmen
enough
San
case,
Diego is
equals
pretty
equals
fun.
the
It's
warrant
like
will be
one of the
denied,
few
and it's back to
genuinely
the
good
drawing board.
edutainment games.
The various chronoskimmer screens
Like
feature
that and
numerous
Oregon
attractive visuals,
Oregon Trail.
Deva, GED mostly to scenic depictions of the diff section OSS Ferent locales visited by the player/detect G Hatai. Wherein time is Carmen San Diego. ENNVBE includes over 1,200 clues, 12 countries, his QOEO tour
Honestly,
personalities,
honestly,
objects,
there should have been
events,
more
and
good
15 a new
edutainment
Carmen
games.
hench people to chase. Whereas
Actually, no, I guess that like
1,500
Jumpstart,
years
yeah,
of
there were a
history.
couple. They were just mostly
Whereas
on
has become
PC.
traditional with this, is an Asai series, a reference
I
volume.
mean, they were,
the
you know,
New
for little
American
kids
Desk
and
Encyclopedia
kind of
is
light on
enclosed with the
gameplay,
package,
but like
just
they
as
fulfilled their
Fodor's
purpose
USA
and they were
came with Where in
entertaining.
America is Carmen San Diego? And the Rand McNally Concise Atlas of Europe was packed with Where in Europe is Carmen San Diego? Over the course of several years, this series has proven to be the most successful blend yet of entertainment and education. This latest entry, designed by Gene Portwood and Lauren Elliott and programmed by Lance Goody, IBM PC, and Rod Nelson, Apple, lives up to the high standards set by its forebears. Having now pursued Carmen and her VLE assistants over the entire planet and through time, one can only wonder if she will escape yet again. Won my money's on Carmen. Bill Kunkel Broderbund, 17 Paul Drive, San Rafael, California 949032101, 41549235500.
Okay, so what is this game? Universe 3. Okay. 6877.
Ryuki energized as a veteran of both of SOA TE, the previous releases in graphics of the Universe series, playability be gleefully stripped the overall place wrapper from Universe Ill, strapped on my hyperspace booster and prepared for the best.
Oh, this is so Ronnie
Unfortunately,
Core.
something was lost in the preparation. Although Universal advances the plot line established by its predecessors, it's so unlike the Prio and Vice games that players might be forced to pull the disc back out of the drive to check the label. The game would have been good 2 or 3 e.g. years ago as the first of the series, but and now it is a disappointing sequel. The game has
Well, you're
as
still
its
giving
basic
it like a
premise
7
diplomatic
and an
mission
8.
to re-establish lies with a
Make up
colony
your
world.
mind.
The player assumes the role of the starship captain and soon finds himself facing saboteurs, plus a 3 hostile reception from the 4-2A locals.
Yeah, a 6.
Obviously, there is
An
a lot
8, a 7, and a
going
7.
on behind the
That's-
scenes that XSLL wasn't included in the mission equals XNX and Driefing. To discover
That doesn't
these
say
AE
disappointment.
secrets,
That
it
says
is necessary to thoroughly explore
generally
every area
above
and manipulate
average.
the objects you find to solve puzzles. Interaction with non-player characters, NPCs, is strictly one way. When the on-screen hero first encounters a NPC, a canned speech delivers all the information that person will ever divulge. This is frustrating and a step backward in the art of gaming. Even some of the earliest adventures allowed the player to converse with NPCs and learn new facts when the proper question was asked. The original Universe games gave players a great deal of choice in the manner in which objectives were achieved, holding a loose rein as it were. By contrast, Universe is so tightly linear that you will soon feel the bit in your teeth, or the ring in your nose if you prefer, while sitting at the keyboard. To worsen the situation, once an area is left behind, the player cannot return to it. Consequently, if an important item was missed the first play,
Yeah, this does not seem like an 8 out of 10. 8,
Time
7
around.
out of 10.
It's necessary to reboot a saved game. The main screens of Universe LLL feature satisfactory
This honestly sounds like a sort of
unspectacular
overly cumbersome
overhead
piece of
views
shit.
of each of the 4 complexes. Scrolling, as the player explores from area to area, is smooth. The main screen shows objects and characters in profile. They look good enough, but, unfortunately, an object will sometimes disappear when moved behind another. The system of icons is much more handsome, very usable, and definitely the most exciting innovation in the game. On-screen arrows direct character movement within each area. Similarly, icons permit the player to pick up, drop, and even use some objects, check inventory, move between levels, and consult the menu of verbs without resorting to the keyboard. There are actually 3 additional ways to move through the rooms. If the player prefers mouse movement to the icon arrows, it's possible to click on the character and drag the pointer to the desired destination. This produces a series of lines marking the path. Releasing the button moves the hero. The character can jump from room to room by selecting an arrow icon and holding down the Shift key. Occasionally, the Enter command must be used to move the character through some doorways. The inventory holds up to 10 objects and will also magnify objects with a zoom command. An icon of a stepladder makes level changing automatic, and the status box keeps track of health, the weapon in hand, hit points, and moves so far. A fair amount of humor is included in the plot, and some of the graphics reflect this with cartoon-like close-ups of encounter results. These appear from time to time at key points in the plot, when the player has accomplished certain tasks. The design by William Leslie Ill and coding by Thomas Carbone are greatly enhanced by Maurice Molyneux's graphics, and the system of icons for interaction with the game is modern and easy to understand. Yet despite the ease of movement and pretty graphics, the negative aspects of Universe LLL far outweigh the positive. The game just does not deliver on the promise.
Then why the
contained
fuck
in
did you
its
give it a
two
7?
predecessors. It was too short, too easy to solve, and much too linear in its plot development.
These games
This
need
might
to be
make it a
more
good
big
bet for
brain.
new adventurers or players who want a simple challenge. But for the experienced gamers, it doesn't offer enough new ingredients to the
I understand so much more about the PC landscape now. This is why, like, so many games were just simulators, is because that's what game journos wanted. Anyway, what the fuck is this?
ratings, Motocross, GameStar, From the prolific and graphics and extremely hot software playability development house, overall FL Dynamics is a real revelation for IBM PC systems.
6877, so the exact
It boots
same
right out of the box.
ratings as the
Although
other
data
game.
can only be stored on backup versions, offers high-speed arcade thrills and looks great in CGA, Tandy, or EGA graphics mode. The racing action in motocross employs the sort of first-person perspective made famous by games like Pole Position, in which the player's vehicle appears on screen in the center foreground. The player controls and even modifies a high-powered dirt bike, competing on the 250 cubic centimeters motocross circuit. The racetrack is inside several large arenas displaying not only the crowd in the background but advertisements along the boards. This goes a long way to enhance the game's color. The graphics, especially in EGA mode, are excellent and visually recreate the mud, grit, and grinding gears of racing in a big-time dirt bike circuit. The player sets the difficulty level and determines the number of laps and other riders. The player can compete on the practice level as warm-up or training or start an actual racing season. The user also customizes or fine-tunes his bike before a race by messing with the fork angle, tire pressure, suspension, or gear ratio, or by making adjustments to the engine. Motocross includes 10 tracks, each set in a different city, from Seattle to Los Angeles with stops in between at Philadelphia, Sacramento, Houston, New Orleans, Eugene, Pontiac, Orlando, and Anaheim. The user must master all 10 courses in order to move to the top of the standings. Solid, slickly programmed arcade action games are a rarity on the IBM PC and compatibles. Motocross is an
IBM
especially
PC and
welcome addition to the
compatibles.
system's library.
Are there any pictures of this? Maybe on the next page? No. Okay. What is Joyride? I mean, I assume this is an ad, but what is this?
Take a joyride with CH Products joysticks.
Oh.
Whether you're trying to make a pinpoint landing, get a MIG off your tail, or do some serious
Oh, that
computer
looks like
design
kind of a
work,
shitty
not
joystick.
just any stick will do. You want a joystick that will perform. Always. CH joysticks outlast other joysticks by 100 times, feature the highest
No
system
fucking way they
compatibility,
do. They
and are the
look like
most precise
shit.
controllers in the industry. That's not just our opinion. Consumers, dealers, and editors consistently choose CH Products joysticks and related products #1 over all the others. The new Mach I series offers the lowest price point in the industry. Mach 2 and Mach 3, with exciting new features and a full-year warranty, are the nation's best sellers. GameCard 3 Plus provides the widest range of compatibility, from a PC at 4.77 MHz to a compact 386 at 20 MHz, at a new low price. Mirage and Mach 4 Plus offer joystick/mouse interfaces for all Apple II and Macintosh computers. And the new FLIGHTSTICK, which promises to bring a whole new realm of excitement to your flight simulator programs.
Hyperload Runner. Oh no. Wait, Hyperload Runner? That never came out here, did it? I didn't think it did. I think this might be the end of the magazine. It is. All right. Well, that was Video Game and Computer Entertainment Magazine from February 1990. What the fuck? Just a lot of really baffling things about this magazine, from like the way that it's laid out to how the scores of the game and the review seem to be completely different things. I am going to close out of this. You're gonna have to see some darkness for a little bit. Actually, I will just go here for now. The end. Alright, I'm gonna download this. So, what can we say about this? I would say it would be a really good magazine. It's just they made some really, I don't even know if I would say bad choices, just bizarre. But yeah, I kind of understand why like GamePro and EGM just sort of like ate its lunch. It's like they said, the magazine industry, much like the arcade industry, a lot of times it's a fashion show, and they were just ill-equipped. Yeah, you posted it in my public Discord, didn't you? Atari 2600. Where's the thing? Ah, there we go. I didn't mean to pause the music. That's just what has happened. Okay. Everything is downloaded. We are ready for no better. Ooh, already there's a title screen. That's an improvement. Ah, okay, it's already there. And there we go. Performance? I don't think there were performance issues last time. But, yeah, it should be visible now. Alright. Little Beach, no beta. We'll be no beta first. Yeah, my PC is not as strong as the Steam Deck. I'm planning on getting a new PC, possibly within the next few weeks, depending on, I think I want to, like, take a, like, look at Best Buy or something, kind of see what they have, and then make a decision from there. Enemies still kind of, like, blend in a lot with the background. Look at my OBS. What's wrong with it? Oh! Big. Ah, there we go. I had it locked for some reason. There. It has become less bacon. Actually, I'll just refresh the page. No need to go full screen. I mean, I think it's better this way anyway, just because, like, then you don't, like, see all the tabs and stuff. I don't know. Oh, start options. What are options? Oh, it's just sound volume. Okay. Okay, start options. Quit. Okay. Wait, quit? What would that do? Oh. Literally just close the page out. Fair enough. Yeah, the window. Yeah, it was just the window in OBS. I understand now. All right. Actually, let's be this one. Do they do anything different, or is it just a character model? This seems to mostly be the same. It has the title screen. Where are the enemies? Oh, they were oh my god, I cannot see. What is the game over screen? On Brat corrected. Okay, I like that. That's my favorite part of the game. Also, I like this music. How do I play again? Or can I? Oh, yeah, I just pressed the space bar. If you don't know, you don't want to know. Okay. Oh, or A, I guess, works. Okay. Oh, there's multiple game over screens. Oh, no, wait, no. I think it's... If you want to see the snore go straight down. Okay. Oh. Oh, the shoreline. Yeah, I see now. It depends on which one you select. Ah, there's an enemy. Or is it? I don't know. I don't even see where the enemies are. You need to mouse. Yeah, I am doing that. At least get to level 2 and choose a weapon. I'll try. Wait, if I'm on PC... Wait, could I use this on mobile? I guess that is entirely possible. Wait. Is my weapon not fired? What killed me? Oh, has arcane. Oh, yeah. Okay, so the lewd one might have higher fire rate. Okay. Let me try that. Okay. The beta is just easier to see, I think. Again, just everything kind of blends in with itself. Like, it's like white on top of light green or gray or whatever the hell this is. Not saying it's bad, I'm just saying I suck at playing it because I can barely see it. There are enemies all around me. I do not see them at all. Okay, that game over screen is definitely a thing. Like, do I even see it on the... I will say it is definitely... I will say you might be right about the contrast on my monitor. It is kind of like a dull... It's a 1080p monitor, but it's a kind of early one. So I think like the colors are a little bit dull. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna try switching this over to my other monitor. OBS is still gonna see that, right? Yes, okay. I'm gonna try switching over to my other monitor, see if that works. Any better? I do not see the enemies still. I can definitely see more of this now. Like, some more in the background, but... Oh, I see what that is. That's just a status screen. Okay. Hold on. Bella's made a Logan-friendly version. I do not deserve friends like you guys. Okay. Let me see. Discord or Dakcord? Wait, okay. Yeah, this is it. Alright. Oh, you can just or okay, no, never mind. Okay, save to desktop. A moment for it to load. Oh, it's just downloading the same thing? Or, I don't know. Or wait. I want to see, just make sure, because I think I have the old zip still on my desktop. Okay, now I want one. Okay. And yes, replace all. Okay. Okay. What does this do? Oh, you added a first... Oh, you added an outline. Okay. This is it? Or... Oh, wait. Well, that's a thing I haven't seen yet. Okay, well, I see the enemies now. Does it not auto-fire? I thought it did. Is my gun not firing?
Hold it!
I know it doesn't auto-aim. I'm trying to do that with the mouse, but... Oh, okay. I think I got it. Try the lead beta or whatever it is. I do like that game over screen. Oh, yeah. She has a way better... She has a way better attack, honestly. This is like easy mode, or easier mode. Oh, I picked up that again. Oops. Whatever. I understand now. Yeah, Beretta is better for me. Yeah. Yeah, now that I see the blue outline, I realize that the enemies are basically just invisible to me. If there's one thing I would recommend changing, it's, like, lessening the gap between, like, the loop. Beretta's enemies can freeze. Okay. Yeah, like, that's one thing I would say is, like, you might want to, like, trim, like, the end off that a little bit just for, like... Just, you know, like, it's not, like, that big of a deal. It would just make the music a little sexier. I do really like this music. I forget where you said you got it from, but I guess it's like from some other video game or anime or something, is what you said. Ooh, upgrade. Arcane. Oh, speed up. Oh, I see. Okay. Lightning. I see what it is now. Okay. Fire. Damage is 5 less. Speed is... Thanks for the TV. Oh wait, no, I see. Damage is the only thing that goes up with any of these. Arcane. Well, Arcane is what No Beta has, so I don't want that. Try Atmosphere. Oh. Fire is visible. Oh, I should have done that. Okay. I'll try one more time and then I'll get fire. I genuinely do like this. It's a little, and it's interesting because it's a little bit different to something like Vampire Survivors or Hollow Cure or something like that, because you have like direct control over everything. You have direct control over the movement. You have direct control over the aiming. Or you have more control anyway than... Like, in Vampire Survivors, you just, like, shoot in the direction that you're in. Here, it's almost like it's like a twin-stick game. Except the second stick is your pointer, your mouse. So, I mean, it's essentially Vampire Survivors. It's like that, but it sort of does some different things, which I'm not really opposed to. Oh, I can use a gamepad. Yeah, that's right. You did say you could do that. I wonder... Okay, next time I die, I'm gonna try plugging my Switch Pro controller in and see if that works. Possibly not, because Windows is a little bit iffy with my Pro controller for some reason. Or at least RetroArch is. Okay, let me try with a Pro controller. Arcane is weak at first, but it turns out to be the best weapon. Okay. Let me see if I need to refresh. Oh, no, I don't. It just works. Okay, cool. Can I use D-pad? I can indeed. Wait, can I? Oh no, I can't use D-pad. I have to use the sticks. Okay. Oh, fine. That's probably the better way of doing it anyway. Yeah. Is it better? Yeah, I think a little bit. Oh, and you can press the start button to go to that status screen. Okay. None of the other buttons do anything as expected. Actually, I don't remember if Hollow Cure supported the twin stick mode or not. I'm gonna have to play that again, because I forget how that controlled. Actually, did that even support controllers? Oh, it must have. Oh, DED did. We're ganging up on Bruschetta, or whatever the fuck her name was. Beretta. The last enemies jump at me. Oh, okay. No. I just want to get to level 2. Wait. Oh, shit. I picked no meta. Well, I am low-key addicted to this game now. What? Why? Anyway, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do that. I think I'm done. Holy shit, I played that for like an hour. Well, okay, no I didn't. I spent like probably half of that trying to get it running, but I played a decent amount of that. Okay. Now we raid. Thanks for the GPs. Oh man, Eugene. Well, it's kind of late. I guess I understand. I would have liked to see his Mighty Number 9 stream. I kind of wondered what he would have thought of that. Kind of being like also like me, ultimately sort of divorced from the initial Kickstarter drama. At least when it happened. Or maybe he wasn't. I don't know. Alright, I guess I'll just send you over to Arus. I want to send people to Jank Jesus, but nobody else likes him but me. Oh, and Nintendo. And maybe Slim. Anyway, Arus is playing still Dragon Quest VIII. Yes, I think so. Alright. It's just a Mega Man. Yeah, that's sort of what I think is like it's kind of just a Mega Man clone, but also that's entirely what you funded. You should not be disappointed that you got exactly what you asked for. Like, you gave money for exactly that. How can you really be disappointed? Anyway, I will be off from Thursday until Saturday. So no Thursday, Friday, or Saturday stream. Sunday, I will be back with Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance. Monday, Game Boy Advance games, beginning with the letter I now. The letter I. Tuesday, Lunar, the Silver Star Story complete. And next Thursday, I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to do for LDM magazine. I might have to look through a couple of different options, but I guess I'll let you know. I'll probably let you know by the time I get off of break. That should buy me some time. Anyway, thank you guys so very much for watching. Always super appreciated. Special thank you to my members, Arus218, DJ Ronnie G, and LCX. And thank you to everybody for watching me tonight. Thank you, Kayla Boo, Arus218, Cerulean, DJ Ronnie G, Jeremiah Thomas, Game Gear Goddess, Renee W, and Wolfpack1. Thank you guys so very much for watching. Good night. And thank you for going to my TED Talk. Bye, everyone.
It's the outro, and here's the outro free. Freddy Freak of into presentation, sweeping the nation, doing his thing. But wait, if you wanna see more of me, become a member. Watch some movies on LDM Cinema, play some games on Rum Roulette and request to be part of the community. Join the Discord, talking about games, music, rum requests, and more. Join now. That's all of the plugs that I've made. Thank you all for watching. Now let's raid!